and they play that awesome.
That one.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm glad you didn't keep going with that.
No!
Welcome everyone to Music of the Year 2014. We have another super giant show ready for you. We have been plotting this for months and months, and we are finally getting started. We are going to have a ton of guests, we're going to have a ton of music, and we're going to have a ton of fun. So, for the first episode, we got literally the entire past, present, and future podcast crew together. Joining me today, we have Derek Heemsbergen.
Yes, I am, in fact, Derek Heemsbergen, everyone on the boards. You may remember me from such shows as Random Encounter and Rhythm Encounter, and I do things on RPGFan. Hi, how's it going?
Great, Derek. We're very glad to have you back. People have been requesting it for a while, so we delivered. Derek has come down from the heavens to rejoin us. Also joining us today is my current co-host.
Would that be me this time?
That would be you.
I'm Caitlin Argyros, Link is our on the boards, and I like music.
You do.
I think that sums it up.
Yes. Also joining us today is my other co-host who has stolen his position.
Did I steal it?
Well, you were a perennial guest, and then you just upgraded yourself. So we're just rolling with it.
Well, is there a name for like third host, like a tri-host or something?
Co-host?
Co-host.
You could be okay. Coco-host.
I'm Coco Host. I'm Mike on the boards.
And what is happening right now?
Last but not least is your favorite rager.
Yeah, if I sound a little sick, it's because my malaria has been acting up. Robert Steinman, Cal Robbie on the boards, host of Random Encounter.
Whoa, where have you been?
Oh, well, let me tell you, Caitlin.
We'll get you caught up on that one, Caitlin. Rob hates Far Cry 2 and fun. Anyways.
Wow, I'm not doing this right now.
He hates one of those two things.
Yes, he hates one of those two things.
I do hate fun. It's true.
Well, Steven, you don't like Far Cry 4, so I think, that's 2 plus 2.
That's what brought it up, actually.
Well, we're not going to get into this. We're talking about music.
Yeah, we'll get into this on Random Encounter, where we talk about RPGs. So, since we have such a
isn't Shadow of Mordor an RPG? Didn't we agree on that?
Shadow of Mordor is not an RPG, Dave. I love you, but it's not. Since we have such a huge cast of people coming today, we're going to be breaking it up into segments like last year. Mike, Caitlin, and myself will not be doing our picks today. This is the Derek and Rob show. So,
woo. God help us all.
God help us all. Derek, you've got some experience doing this. Take it away.
Yeah, so I have more tracks than Steven told me to bring today because I respect my authority. I don't really know what else to say. So, in the first block here, I've got 2 tracks interspersed with one of Rob's whatever. I don't care what he picked. It probably sucks. It's probably from Dark Souls or something. So, I picked the trailer theme from Final Fantasy 15. It's going by the fan title name of Gratio Mundi, but as far as I know, it's just the TGS trailer theme. It's really cool. It's a track by Yoko Shimomura. And then Rob followed that up with...
you kind of got me, Derek. I chose Majula from Dark Souls 2, so that's the...
Of course you did!
That's the main theme from the kind of hub starting area of the game. And then, Derek, you got one more for us?
Yes, and after we come out of the darkest of Dark Souls, we're going to wander into the Maze of Life special mix from Persona Q's Shadow of the Labyrinth arrangement CD. This is just a different remix of the title theme, or like the main theme song for Persona Q, which is super catchy.
That wonderful song that we sang at E3.
Yep.
All right then, gentlemen and lady, let's get started. We've got the Final Fantasy 15 TGS trailer theme, Majula from Dark Souls 2, and Maze of Life special mix.
Majula.
Final Fantasy 15 theme. I don't know if it's going to be the main theme or not, but it is the one that we've heard. I think it's been in a couple different trailers now, but or at least in that one. Maybe it's just the most memorable to me. But when I heard that main melody start up with the piano and the violin, I think that was the first time that I really felt like Final Fantasy 15 was real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For so long, it's just been that almost tech demo, that CG trailer that didn't really amount to anything. And there was some footage that was really early, and you could tell that it wasn't going to be the final game as it was going to play. But when we saw that trailer, it was all coming together, and I was like, this looks like a real game. And the music augmented that for me. So I'm excited for Final Fantasy 15, obviously. And Yoko Shimomura is amazing, so I can't wait to see what other kind of stuff she pulls out.
I agree with everything Derek just said.
Yeah, I think Derek nailed it. This is the moment where Final Fantasy 15 felt real. I mean, we've joked on Random Encounter over and over again. We saw the first hints of Final Fantasy Versus 13 when I was in college. So I was actually in my college dorm room watching an E3 presentation for that game, and now I'm like married and I have a house and a career. But this now feels like the game is real. It's really going to happen. It's really coming. We're actually going to be playing it somewhat soon. I mean, it's exciting. And when was the last time we were all really excited about a traditional Final Fantasy game? We were all excited about 14, obviously, but this is now, it's time to get excited for Final Fantasy 15, and this track kind of sets the tone for it.
Absolutely. I really like the part in the middle when it starts, like in the trailer, it's when it starts showing them actually wandering the world, when it's like, I don't know if the word's like a waltz or whatever, but it just, I love like the sort of back and forth of that song. We played it a couple episodes ago, but yeah.
It's kind of waltzy.
And it's just, I love that pace of it, and it has such a sense of adventure that it makes me think Final Fantasy. Absolutely.
I had to go and rip a YouTube video of that back when it first came out, and I put it on my phone. I was listening to it nonstop. I think I Twitter exploded about it too, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's Final Fantasy 15 music for real, for the first time."
Yes,
so.
I think I had
coming.
Similar Twitter explosion.
Cool.
Speaking of cool, Majula.
Majula.
The Majula
Oblongata.
Yeah, I know.
Eric,
Who would have thought?
Yes!
Excellent.
I hate both of you. Who would have thought that I would have brought a Dark Souls track to Rhythm Encounter?
I am so shocked.
I know,
You brought a Dark
it's
Souls
shocking.
track last year, too.
I'm shocked to find that there's gambling in this establishment. See, the young kids won't get that one. Majula, as a track, is like the first piece of music that I heard for Dark Souls 2. And I think it really shows what Dark Souls needs to do now that we also have Bloodborne coming out so soon after Dark Souls 2. Majula doesn't feel like anything from Demon Souls or Dark Souls. They could have just rehashed Firelink Shrine again, like a similar type of heavy violin music tone that's very somber. And Firelink Shrine is actually very overbearing. Like the second you get there, that first like note hits you like a gut punch, and it makes you feel like you're in this world. Majula is actually very subtle and very somber. Like those first couple chords kind of suck you in, and you feel that world, and you feel a very somber, almost childlike tone, which kind of plays into the Emerald Herald and maybe a little bit of her backstory. But then the rest of the tracks in Dark Souls 2 don't have any of that. They all feel very... What's that?
They lose a lot of personality. Like,
yes.
I really feel like this song... for me, I love Firelink Shrine, and I think it captures that sort of vibe that Firelink Shrine succeeds in doing, where it's like, this is one of the only places in the entire game where you know something insane's not going to happen to you. And I like that this sort of has its own flavor, which a lot of Dark Souls 2 I feel like sort of didn't. It was just like... hey, here's more stuff in the Dark Souls engine.
I mean, and that's very endemic of the entire problem of Dark Souls 2. It has similar environments, it has similar bosses, it has similar enemies. But Majula feels like the one time they kind of branched out a little bit. And there's a couple other areas in the game and a couple enemies that I really like. So what I really hope is, like, now that they've made Dark Souls 2.0, like they made a game just like Dark Souls, now just embrace what you've done and embrace your own sense of style with it. Don't just try to recreate what Miyazaki's doing, because first off, I think that guy's nuts and his nightmares frighten me. But like, embrace your own thing. Like, if you want to make it more high fantasy, go ahead and do it. Like, you don't have to make it grungy. You don't have to make it, you don't have to put a damn Sith fight in the middle of the game, only it's a giant rat instead of a wolf. Like, embrace their own thing and really try something. And I hope, maybe it's kind of silly to pick a music track to show that, but I really feel like Majula shows that off.
No, I totally agree.
The soundtracks we can disconnect from the games themselves. Unlimited Saga. So it's easy, even though I didn't even play Dark Souls 2, but I appreciated the track. It's at the very beginning, I was like, is this a Harry Potter theme cover? But it's not. It's got kind of the ethereal foresty feeling to it, and I could immediately tell that it was Motoraba, but it doesn't sound like everything he always does. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, every track in Dark Souls 2 sounds like they're just trying to redo Orstein and Smo, which really pisses me off, because like they didn't have to do that. I love Nito's music in Dark Souls 1 because it's just like terrifying.
That was weird and terrifying, yeah.
Like it's just grungy, it's nasty, it's dark. Who would have thought? And the rest of Dark Souls 2 just didn't feel like they had the sense to do their own thing. So maybe it's kind of my hope that Majula was one of the last things that they created for the game, and maybe they'll have a little bit more confidence with it. They kind of have to at this point, considering we have two games that are now so similar. Unless From Software wants to pull an Armored Core on us again, they really need to differentiate between Dark Souls and Bloodborne now.
Yeah, I think music is going to be an important place to do that too, because stylistically they are very different.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a few minutes. Derek, you want to take us into a little Persona Q?
Into this wild maze of life. Maze of Life is such an awesome song. It was the first thing that I think we talked about it at some point in the show, but it was the first thing I heard from Persona Q, and it just captures everything I love about Persona 3 and 4's style. They're not exactly the same musically, but they have sort of a common thread of those vocals and sort of the high energy thing they have going on. And Maze of Life is just perfect. Like it suits the video really well. And this particular mix of it, I actually really like. I thought this was the only mix of the song at first, because this was the one that I actually originally heard.
Me too. I think this one has a little bit more of a Persona 4 flavor, if I had to say. It was one or the other.
Yeah.
But it was the first thing that I heard, and I thought it was the singular mix of the song. And so I was a little confused when the game came out and it was slightly different. Because I think this one's just a little bit more lively. It's pretty much the same thing. Like, it's not really different, but it's just got some, like, the intro and lead up is a little bit more energetic, I guess I would say.
You're right that it's more. You're right. It's more Persona 4 than Persona 3. Having played a lot of Persona 3 over the summer again, but it still feels Persona-like. You don't need to know that this is a Persona song. You hear the first couple notes, and you're like, "Oh, it's Persona. I got it." And now the question becomes: are they going to carry that through into Persona 5? How do you make it so that they all meld, or do they maybe just go, screw it, we're going to do something completely different?
I do hope that for Persona 5 they actually go in a little bit of a different direction. Mm-hmm. I still want it to be vocalized, but I think that, like, at this point we've had so much Persona 4 in particular saturation that I'm really ready for something new. Both musically, graphically, everything.
Yeah.
I want a new cast, a lot of new direction, because Persona 4 is fantastic. Like, it's my highest reviewed game of all time. I think I gave it a 98. So it's. I think Persona 4 Golden is almost a flawless video game. But
I think you underrated it.
Right? That said, you can be overexposed to something, and Persona 4 is popular for a good reason, but it is everywhere. So
yeah, no, definitely.
Just because there's a RPG and a fighting game and an anime and
two anime,
breakfast cereal.
Oh, was there a cereal?
Flamethrower.
Yeah, meat chunks. Satonaka approved.
I was going to say
Persona 4 the Flamethrower. The kids love this one.
Voiced by Troy Baker.
Because what isn't?
What isn't?
No, but I agree, Derek. I think it's important for Persona 5 to try and separate itself from Persona 4, the way that Persona 4's music was also kind of distinct from Persona 3, and yet kind of still fit into the world of Persona. And that's what I love so much about the soundtrack for Persona Q and this opening song. Having both of the vocalists from P3 and P4 was a great choice. I
absolutely
love it so much. And then to have the different battle themes with those vocalists and have them be both similar but distinct enough to kind of reflect the themes of the soundtracks from their respective games was just sheer brilliance.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
I suspect we're going to be hearing a lot of Persona Q Music of the Year.
Oh yeah.
I suspect, but I have the list of almost everybody's picks here. So I mean, I don't suspect. I am physically.
It's going to be there. Yeah.
Speaking of going to be there, Rob, what's up next?
What is up next? If I was going to pick, I think we're going to take a little journey to West March in Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, a little track that kind of plays during the opening of the game, the main title theme, but also when you're in the town. And then, Derek, where are we going after that?
I have a two-part pick here. It's from Danganronpa. It's from Danganronpa 2, but I think these same tracks are in the first one as well. I just picked it from 2 because that's what I played more recently. But these are two songs that pop up when you are in the climactic phase of the trial segments. It's Climax Reasoning and Climax Return. And then following that, Rob had one more.
Oh,
well, since Derek cheated and picked a game that is not even out, and I don't think
it's not cheating.
It's not cheating. Music of the year.
From this year.
I also don't think the game's coming out in 2015, so I think you're really cheating here.
Yeah, that's still.
I decided to pick the Cleric Beast boss battle from Bloodborne because, oh dear God, is this just one of the nastiest things you've ever heard? Like, what did I call it? Grunge Gregorian chant? Yeah, have fun with this.
This would be good in a Halloween episode.
Yes, it would, dude. It is. It is. Let's just keep going.
Yes. All right. Well, nothing can stop death, but let's go ahead and take a listen to West March from Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls, Climax Reasoning and Return from Danganronpa, and Cleric Thing from Bloodborne.
Nothing can stop death except bad writing.
Don't steal my quote. It's not out yet.
So the Diablo 3 soundtrack is very atmospheric for the most part. Like, I can only remember a few real tracks from it, but it's music that when you actually sit down and listen to it, it's gorgeous. It kind of has that problem that the Skyrim soundtrack has, and a little bit of Dragon Age Inquisition, where it has to fit so many moments, like whether you're like looting corpses or you're in this big battle against a super rare enemy or maybe even fighting a boss. So it has to fit a lot of moments. So it kind of has like lulls and bridges, and it kind of goes up and down, but it's gorgeous. It's really great music, and I usually throw on one of the Diablo soundtracks whenever I'm reading a book. If I'm having trouble, no, if I'm having trouble,
So
like
relaxing.
well, I'll keep it really low. But like if I'm reading a book and the wife wants to watch TV or something, I can't.
Are you saying you play
read.
Diablo music when you have to hang out with your wife?
Yes, a little bit. That's probably very telling. No, it's I can't read and hear dialogue in the background. Like it completely screws me up because my brain wants to do two things at once and fails miserably. So music I find very relaxing, and it can really help with my reading. And the Diablo soundtracks, especially Diablo 3, yeah, they can maybe be a little too high fantasy for their own good. I kind of like the grungier stuff from Diablo 1, especially like the opening dungeon music where they just have like bones rattling and stuff. But West March really, it establishes a theme for the expansion that I think was maybe lacking a little bit in the original Diablo 3 soundtrack. It's really good stuff.
Yeah, I agree. I think I actually like the Reaper of Souls soundtrack. There's a lot of atmospheric stuff, but some of the boss battle themes in particular are great. But I like West March because it does give me a sort of Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction vibe. I feel like they sort of in 3 got a little too much towards the whole like fantasy stuff, like you said. Not that there's a problem with fantasy, but I think for Diablo it was not quite as fitting. There were great character themes for each of the character classes and stuff, but overall I feel like it didn't have that sort of dirty, oppressive vibe that Diablo 2 has, because it's not like Dark Souls where you're like your soul is being crushed, but it's like tense gothic horror type thing. And I think West March does sort of get back to that.
Yeah, it's really good. I like it. And again, Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls was, I think, a very underrated game this year, and it didn't get a lot of love in many Game of the Year lists, but that's a really good expansion, and Diablo 3 is a very good game now. And now it went from being a good game to a fantastic game.
Yes.
I'll get back to that. I had a co-op campaign of the PS4 version going when it came out, and we just kind of dropped it for some reason. And that reminds me that I've still never seen the Reaper of Souls stuff, and I want to see that the Last of Us riffs and the Shadow of the Colossus armor and stuff.
Oh, they're so cool.
I think I'll pick that up when I get a PlayStation 4 just to have something to play with the wife. And I really want to play that Nemesis system, which is a real shame they haven't brought that over to PC. I really wish they would. That just feels like Blizzard's being a little stubborn with that one. I think it would really fit with the PC game, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Derek, talk to us about the Doggone Rampas.
Danganronpa. So the 2 tracks I picked are actually kind of repetitive, but they play, like I said, during the class trial segment. So the Danganronpa is a murder mystery series. Well, there's 2. I guess we can call it a series. A duology? I don't know. So they're murder mysteries, and there's a Phoenix Wright-esque class trial where you have to figure out who murdered who. And then at the very end of each trial, there's a segment where you're finally piecing everything together. So it lays everything out in a comic book style format, and you're taking these little pieces of the mystery and placing them where they go. Like, oh, the killer must have entered the room at this time, and this must have been the weapon that they used at that time. So the first track, Climax Reasoning, plays when you're figuring everything out finally, and you're like on the precipice of solving the mystery finally. It always pumped me up because I really enjoyed that feeling of being right on the edge of knowing exactly how everything came together. Because I think that one of the coolest parts of Phoenix Wright, for example, is knowing, finally getting those revelations and understanding how things happened, how they did. Because games like 999, Phoenix Wright, Danganronpa are so good at presenting these mysteries and putting the player in control of solving them. And then when you finally figure out why things happen the way they do, it's like, oh my God, that was so awesome. I'm so proud of myself for reasoning that out.
The suspense and the pacing is just, I don't know many games, if any games, that really can touch, at least my experience with 999. I haven't had a chance to play Phoenix Wright yet, but like just the way they make you sort of build up to that, and musically how they do it in 999. And certainly listening to this, it reminds me of those moments when you're like getting ready to solve major things, or you're like pondering the puzzle, or you're pondering the mystery in 999.
So yeah, Danganronpa it's very much like that. And so the second track of those two that I picked, Climax Return, is what plays once you put the last piece in and you figure out exactly how the mystery went down. The main character narrates everything. He's like, all right, let's go over it one more time, and he narrates how the murder happened from start to finish, and that's playing in the background while it's happening. And the little comic book panels are animated, and it's the main theme of the game. It's the same motif as that coming back in that. So I think that's a really good 1-2 punch, and I think both of those tracks complement each other so well that it's essential to have them both, which is why I put them both in this block. It's a really good game. Like I wasn't really interested in it because I felt like it was a little bit maybe too macabre for me almost, because I can get kind of squeamish about weird stuff. And Danganronpa juxtaposes this really bright neon anime style with horrific murdering, and it always made me really... I was uncomfortable. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. But I totally sucked into it, and I played all of Danganronpa 2 over like 3 days. I just marathoned it. So I'd highly, highly recommend it. And the music is a huge part of the experience, so really, please do it. It's good.
I need to play that.
I
I really need to play that.
Me too.
Okay, show of hands. If your name is Mike Salbato and you haven't played 999, raise your hand. You go.
Well, they can't see if I'm raising it or not.
Audio podcast.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Mike, you have to go play 999 before you're allowed to play Danganronpa.
Yeah, seriously, I'm now offended. Yeah. I'm now offended.
Okay. I've started it. I just haven't finished it.
Yeah, then you'll play Virtue's Last Reward and be like, say what?
I honestly think that and Danganronpa are on the same level in terms of how surprising some of the twists are and how they really take you on a ride.
Did you like one or two more?
I remember agreeing with you that Virtue's Last Reward had weaker puzzles that felt less organic. I'd say the story in Virtue's Last Reward I probably like better just because it was larger scale, and I liked being able to pick anywhere I wanted to in the tree.
Yeah. I think you have convinced me that I own both of these games, Danganronpa 1 and 2, and like I keep sitting down and going, I gotta play this, because I'm like saying to myself every time. I sat down and played 999. I was like, oh, this is so tropey. I don't want to play it. Everyone's going to kill each other. And then it became, me messaging you via text like, oh my god, it's amazing. I think I figured it out. But I didn't. I think I figured it out now. So I feel like that's why I have not gotten rid of these games, because I'm sitting here going, I know I am just on the edge of this precipice, and then I'll play it, and then I won't be able to put them down.
What you can do is there's an anime of the first game that's the entire first game's events, and I actually think it's well done. It does speed through a little bit because, like, the investigation segments where you're trying to figure out what happened, they kind of spend most of the time in the anime going about doing the trial segments more than anything. But it's worth it, and I actually didn't play the first game. I just watched the anime, and it's the same thing. I looked into it, and then I watched all of it in one sitting. So you could do that, theoretically. I mean, it's probably better to play the game. But if you're impatient, you could watch the anime and then play the second game, like I did.
Good to know.
Anyway, moving on.
Yes, moving
on.
Rob,
what was your other?
Rob.
Is everybody scared?
I don't know. I'm something.
I'm terrified.
It was creepy.
Yeah, I had to pick that one. So the Cleric Beast boss fight from Bloodborne. So we're at E3 and we're getting the Bloodborne demo and we're watching it and I'm like, oh, this is really cool. Like this is excellent. The art design's crazy. And then the boss shows up. And I was with Kyle the first time I saw it, and I was just like, Kyle, how do I describe that in a preview? Like that is like a beast with like feathers and fur, and I think it hates me, and oh dear God, I don't want to be here anymore. And the music fits that perfectly. Yeah. It fits the boss fight. It's nasty. It's dirty. It sounds like somebody just came along and scratched the hell out of a record. It's just awesome. It really sets the tone for the game, which is a really nasty, dirty world based around, evil blood, like contamination. It really has this Black Plague feel to it. And I think that's so different than Demon Souls and Dark Souls, which were kind of high fantasy. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm so excited for Bloodborne, because it feels different. It feels like something new and exciting.
Yeah, like, you've yelled at me about 50 times for me saying I'm not as excited about it as you, but recently I have gotten a lot more excited about it, because I think I had to have enough time to decide why I don't like Dark Souls 2, and it's because it's boring and a repeat of the first game, but not as inspired. Whereas Bloodborne feels like here is a set of mechanics that are derived from Dark Souls, but not copied carbon like wholesale. But we're trying to do something new with those mechanics, as opposed to we're just going to have you run through a new area with the same mechanics.
I mean, watching people play the alpha for Bloodborne on YouTube, like watching a bunch of those videos, it actually really pissed me off because like everybody's just not using the target lock or they're not using the dash, and like when you watch somebody from the development team actually play Bloodborne, that's what they're doing. Like they're playing the game almost like it's a on the floor version of Zone of the Enders. Like they're dashing in and dashing out and like getting one hit in, backing off. And so the mechanics are just wildly different. Even though it looks like Dark Souls, it doesn't seem to play that way. And that goes with their health mechanic, that goes with the type of enemies that you're fighting. It's almost like Miyazaki said, you know what, I can't do the same game again. Like Dark Souls was very similar to Demon Souls, but I think he kind of got the message. I can't do it all again. I got to do something new. And man, everything I've seen for that game just screams new, mostly from the setting. And that's why I chose this song, because this doesn't sound like anything from Dark Souls or Demon Souls. Like, and it fits the boss perfectly, much the same way that so many of the best tracks in Dark Souls fit the boss perfectly well. Like they just made you feel like you were in that boss's room. A lot of tracks from Dark Souls 2, they use the same track for multiple bosses. How is the boss supposed to feel unique and new if you use the same track over and over again?
Because some of them use different swords, Rob.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I liked? Have you guys heard Two Steps from Hell?
Yes.
No.
Okay, thank you. They do like movie. I think specifically they do like trailer music, movie trailer music. And then a few years ago, they started releasing their stuff on albums, but it's all really kind of big, epic. Well, it's movie trailer stuff, but this kind of sounded like some of their music, but you know, a little like harder and darker. But I don't know. If you haven't heard their stuff, you should listen to them, because if you like this, you might kind of like their stuff too.
Yeah, I think that is a good comparison.
That's awesome.
They used one of their tracks was used for, was it Mass Effect 2 or 3? One of the Mass Effect trailers. That's how I heard about them.
As I say, I know Liz likes them, right?
Well,
I love them
that's how I
myself.
found out about them, because Liz knew their song from the trailer. Yeah,
I had a hard time picking between this or the trailer reveal for Bloodborne that was at E3, which kind of had the very like female vocal overtone on it and like the really heavy horns. But I chose this one just because of how gnarly it sounds.
Gnarly is a good word for that.
Gnarly. It is just nasty. I love it. You just feel dirty, like you need a shower.
I feel like all of your picks have been
Well-
really dirty and nasty today.
I don't think West March was dirty. I don't think Majula was dirty. Like those are in quote dirty games, I guess.
All right. Maybe
but
not dirty. I will say
dark.
dark.
Yeah, who would have thought, right? Well, and I had a hard time selecting music this year. You know, there weren't a lot of RPGs that I was really big into, and the ones that I were, they didn't have that distinctive music that I was really looking for. So it was really tough to make selections this year. Like, I didn't even know if I was going to make it onto the show, because I was like, Steven, I really got nothing. Like, what do you want me to do here?
And then you thought about it and you brought stuff. Because Rob supports the arts.
I do. I
also support Derek
Okay.
announcing our next track.
Cool. I can do that. My first pick in this block is actually 3, because still cheating like crazy. I don't know how I got through the SATs, but it's a mega mix kind of the Stella battle theme from Atelier Shally, Alchemist of the Dusk Sea. I can't talk. It is, I think it's, because there are 2 protagonists in the game. Both are named Shally. I think this is the one whose full name is Shalistera's battle theme. It's called Stella, and there's 3 of them. Same melody, different instrumentation. Rob?
I almost want to keep this track a secret, but I kind of get the rules of the show, so I got to say what it is. But it's the South Park Stick of Truth elf battle theme, which is so amazing because it could be used in any fantasy game, and I think it's actually better than most of the stuff that you'll hear in Skyrim, Oblivion, or any kind of medieval fantasy RPG. And it's making fun of it in a way, but I had to include this because it's just awesome.
It's sort of the definition of, like, you can satirize something, but don't satirize it by doing it poorly, and I think they do it really well. I thought you were going to pick the song that Jimmy sings.
Yeah, I was going to pick that,
too
but
dirty.
It's a little too dirty, and I will giggle myself stupid if we play it. I actually had to stop playing the game for a minute and just like pause myself.
Well, you can pause yourself, and Derek can announce the last track in the block.
Yes, it is the song Forever Today. It is from the Final Fantasy XI Seekers of Adeline soundtrack plus. It's a really long title, but the Final Fantasy XI, the Final Fantasy XI, its fifth expansion, Seekers of Adeline, just wrapped up its storyline this year. It was a few months ago. Well, I say this year. It's whatever, 2014. I don't know where I am, when I am. I'm in Chrono Trigger. Like Lavos is popping out of the ground right now. Yeah, so it's the ending theme for the Seekers of Adeline expansion pack. It is actually a ballad sung by Mika Kobayashi, and it's I just thought it was just really nice, high quality, like extremely well produced track. And it was surprising to me that they went all out with this for the expansion of a game that is not as popular as it used to be, and also I feel like a lot of people aren't even going to get to the ending of it. So it's just a really nice track, and I feel like it's good enough to be in a mainline Final Fantasy game. So hope you enjoy that.
Awesome. Well, then let's go ahead and take a listen to Derek's Stella Mega Mix, the Elf Battle theme from South Park Stick of Truth, and Forever Today from Seekers of Adeline.
小さな足跡たどってゆくの色めいた日だまりを駆け抜けて私たち二人だけメモリー追いかけてゆらめく影星まだ帰らないで見つめていて手を取ってどうして明日を待つの迷子の心に虹がかかるきらめいた翼をくれたよね昨日から明日へとメモリー探し続けいざ夜水明かりまだ見守っていて羽ばたくから手を取ってどうして明日を待つのメモリー追いかけてゆらめく影星まだ帰らないで見つめていて手を取って微笑んで明日を待つの
That's still a mega mix. Like I said before the track, the progression is my favorite part of those, and I'm totally just spitballing. I have no idea because I haven't played the game yet, but in typical Atelier series fashion, these tend to be stories about personal growth. The overarching narrative isn't always like a really big world-spanning adventure, epic conspiracy kind of thing. It's always just very character-driven, and this particular character, Shalistera, is on a journey to find out why her homeland is dying, and she wants to save her village, basically. So I see progression musically that I think is probably going to reflect her growth as a character, because the tracks start fairly well. They're all pretty high tempo, but their instrumentation is a lot lighter in the very beginning, and by the time you get to the third stella, it's guitar, it's heavy, but it still retains that same piano motif in the middle that I think is really nice. But Steven, I know you said you liked it.
Oh, I adored it. In the first, I really liked the sort of peppy vibe it had in the first movement of it. The flute that picks up in it and the violin. I took the time in my notes to write violin and then less than 3, less than 3, less than 3, so I could have little hearts on the screen, because I like the violin so much. When the second movement starts and in the third one, the really punchy percussion that's going along with the guitar, piano solo in 2 and 3 are amazing. And then right around 3:15, actually at the end I wrote the guitar and piano good LAWD. Good Lord. I endured all 3 of these. They're fantastic.
Yeah, really good
I think
stuff.
these are some of the strongest battle themes of any Atelier game so far.
I almost bought the soundtrack while we were listening to it.
Yeah, and again, this is probably inaccurate, but I sort of in my head, I always think of Tales games and Atelier games together, because there are a lot of both of them. But every time we play Atelier music, I'm like, oh, that's right. These games have amazing music, and I know not everyone dislikes Tales music, and there's some great Tales music out there. But I would say in general, what I've heard from every Atelier game is just a little bit more inspired than what I hear in a lot of Tales games. And so I always forget that I need to not conflate those things in my head, because this is just fantastic.
Yep. Good choice.
Good. I'm
Yes.
glad you thought so.
This is now another game on my list of my must play it because the music is awesome. Because it's
That's a good
awesome.
list.
It's a long
that
list
too.
because my backlog is huge.
So then we move on to South Park: The Stick of Truth and the elf battle theme. So this is when you're taking your main character through the land of South Park, and you probably have Butters at your side, and he's healing you as a paladin.
Yeah,
No, it's okay there, little buddy.
I was just trying it out.
And you're beating these kids dressed up like elves, but the music plays it straight. The music plays it like it's a high fantasy adventure. If you told me that this soundtrack came from The Witcher 3, I'd probably believe you. Mm-hmm. And that's what makes the joke so damn funny. Is all these kids are hitting each other with garden hoses and cardboard swords and stuff, but the music plays.
And using a car battery to electrocute them.
Yeah, but the music plays it perfectly. The music makes it feel like this is the soundtrack that's going on in these kids' heads. It's kind of similar to the episode of South Park where they have all the ninja weapons. And they play that awesome.
Kinkasudu, that one.
Yeah. Yes, and I'm glad you didn't keep going with that.
No, please keep going.
But it's so good because by having the joke play in that manner, it just keeps hitting constantly. And that game just gets funnier and funnier the more I play it, but that track just stuck with me as this could be in Skyrim, this could be in The Witcher, this could be in Dragon Age, and yet it's in South Park. And how awesome is that?
I agree with you there, and I think the reason, and I have nothing but high praise for that game, it's so creative, but the thing is, the game really understands that you cannot have satire, you can't satirize something and then do it poorly. I always quote, I love Scrubs. There's an episode of season 6 of Scrubs where they make fun of, how some shows will do a clip show when they're late in the series because they're out of ideas and they just play back old pratfalls and stuff. Scrubs goes, "It's so lame when sitcoms do that. It's so dumb." And then they do it. And that's not funny. That's just stupid and obnoxious. And, South Park is about satire. But by doing this fantasy thing well and having all these really creative situations that, you really believe that these kids are, playing elves and Dungeons and Dragons, having music that is well put together really helps the satire hit a little harder and be a little funnier. Because it's this is, serious fantasy music.
Yep, really good stuff. I love it.
Sarah took me by surprise. was not
Yeah,
at all what I was expecting to hear.
That's what I was going to say too.
Yeah, you expect to hear Primus, and instead you get this really awesome, like, high adventure soundtrack.
I was expecting to hear awesome when it comes to Forever Today, though. I am astounded that they pulled out the stops to do a vocal theme for a game that very few people are probably going to finish, like Derek said. The singing was great. And again, I just can't stress that it's like, that's a really, I'm sure it wasn't this thing that, costed zillions of dollars for them to do, but it's still like, that's really cool because that says to me, there are players that still play that game and probably still love it. People that go back to finish. And, I like that they're rewarding them musically with that. It's not just Final Fantasy XIV that gets the vocal theme.
Right.
Yeah, because I think that because Naoshi Mizuta has been doing the music on Final Fantasy XI since pretty much the beginning. Uematsu did some of the early, but Mizuta pretty much took over. And I think that his music has gotten a little samey, but this particular is like, wow, it stands far above, I think, a lot of the other stuff that you're hearing in the game at this time. I thought the Adelan soundtrack as a whole was pretty good, but this song is really nice. And the vocalist Mika Kobayashi is currently really popular. She did the one of the main theme, not the intro theme, but one of the insert songs, whatever you want to call it, for Kill la Kill, the anime. It's Ryuko's theme, Before My Body Is Dry. And then she also did something for Attack on Titan. I can't remember what it is, but she's really big in anime right now. So she's not like some no-name vocalist that they got in here. And regardless of how well-known she is, her voice is fantastic. So
Yes.
this reminded me a lot of the PS1 era Final Fantasy theme songs, Eyes on Me and Melodies of Life.
Yeah.
So
This actually,
that's why I like them.
it reminded me of the closing song from Star Ocean 3. Tobikata wa wasureta chisana tori. The bird who forgot how to fly.
Oh,
has
right.
It has a very similar kind of feel, and they have very similar vocals, I think, between the two of them. That sort of jazzy kind of sound of their voices.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Which was like, yay!
It seems a little bit. It reminds me of some like a little bit more antiquated or a little bit more of a classic feeling than a lot of poppy anime and or game themes that are coming out right now. And that's what I like about it so much, because it feels like, I already said this, it feels like something that would have come out maybe in the really late 90s, early 2000s, more than something that's out now. So I like that. I think it gives it a unique
Flavor.
space in the industry right
Absolutely.
now. Whatever,
Yeah.
in the market.
And it probably works for a game that, when did 11 come out
A while ago.
originally?
Yeah.
I was in high school.
I don't
I was in
remember.
middle school. Oh my god.
Yeah.
There you go.
It was a good 14, 15 years ago. I don't know.
I remember getting really excited to buy a PlayStation hard drive and play it on a PlayStation 2.
I remember that.
Not 14.
Memories.
It was a while ago. But yeah, I also got that, and I have great memories of FF11. I have infuriating memories of 11, but good ones as well. And I think that this is a really fitting cap to that experience. I don't know if they're going to add any more expansions to the game from here on. Last I knew, they were doing some additional lore not missions, but like quests that expanded the lore of the current game. But this could very well be the last expansion for the game, and if so, they closed it with a great song.
Agreed. Speaking of closings, we are on our final block for this segment.
Woohoo!
Rob, what do we got first?
So I chose the Dragon Age Inquisition main theme. So this is the theme that plays at the title screen, and it's used at a particularly cool moment in the game right before you get some cool unlockable stuff. And I chose it because I found it to be the most distinct piece of music in Dragon Age Inquisition, which has a great soundtrack overall, but I honestly couldn't hum anything from the game except for this piece.
Yeah, very Western RPG vibe in that,
That's how I feel so far.
It's atmospheric, but... And then, Derek, the last one, you're taking us out.
Yes, the very last track. It wouldn't be a Derek pick if there wasn't at least one Falcom track in here. So I picked Blue Destination. It's from The Legend of Heroes Sen no Kiseki 2. It is a song that uses a motif from Sen no Kiseki 1. Still haven't played these games. Interestingly enough, Exceed actually just registered a domain name for Trails in the Cold Steel. which is a pretty close translation. I don't know what you want. It's not like a direct translation, but basically people are equating it to Sen no Kiseki. So it would be interesting if they decided to bring that over and skip some of the other games that are in between, but we could very well be seeing that soon, and if so, you will hear this music. So, Blue Destination.
Yes, and our listener Red is going to be a big fan of that because this is one of the tracks he sent me to listen to for Music of the Year. So, our final block for Derek and Rob, we've got the main theme from Dragon Age Inquisition and Blue Destination from The Legend of Heroes Sen no Kiseki.
So I think Dragon Age Inquisition kind of suffers a little bit from some of the Western RPG, like more kind of music that's just in the background and very ethereal, and it doesn't really play into a lot of what's happening. But the main theme for Dragon Age is really, really good, much the same way as, like, you know, Dovahkiin from Skyrim really gets you pumped up and ready to go. This gets me in the mood to play Dragon Age. When this comes on and you get that initial title screen, you know the world you're going to enter, you remember that you're going into Thedas, and I really, really like that aspect of this track.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that maybe the music that plays when you're just, you know, moseying around, adventuring, kind of fades into the background, but a lot of the cutscene music is really powerful. Like, when you start the Inquisition or when you finally get to Skyhold, that's some really good, epic music
the music
there.
in Cassandra's story mission is really great, too. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
that sticks with you.
What I really like about this song, because I actually think Inquisition has a great soundtrack, much better than your average Western RPG, like, in terms of identifying songs. And part of it is because the composer Trevor Morris worked this main theme into a lot of the songs, which is something I love that a lot of JRPGs do. You know, Yoko Shimomura does it all the time in Kingdom Hearts. And it's looking like, you know, what's been released from Final Fantasy 15 is sort of similar. And so what I like about this song is that this really is sort of the main theme, and like emphasis on the theme part of it. This is throughout the game. Even in little tiny jingles, you'll get notes of this song. I love this song. I think it's fantastic.
And it actually is a song that you hear at some point in the game during a very emotional cutscene. It's literally a song that has lyrics and everything, and apparently it's known by a lot of people in Thedas because everyone starts kind of singing it.
Yep, I had to sit through that cutscene 3 times because my game glitched all 3 times.
Me too.
And you were so grateful, weren't you? Because you that song 3 times.
I think Steven will actually remember I raged like no one's business at that moment because you can't skip that cutscene.
He was mad.
Yep, mine glitched too at the same point.
Oh,
Rob.
There are 2 things that gaming needs to do from now on, and so many games get it right that when it doesn't happen, it drives me up a wall. I need to be able to skip any cutscene, and I need to be able to pause any cutscene.
Yes.
That needs to be a given now with video games. Like, it's not funny and not cute anymore to be like watching this long cutscene to be into it, and then life happens. You know, I don't know, some kid in the dorm decides that they're going to start playing with knives, and I need to go deal with that. If I can't pause the cutscene, like, are you serious right now? It is 2014. Why can't I do that? And then when you can't skip a cutscene,
It's funny playing Final Fantasy X HD again, and I ran into that several times. It was like, oh yeah, this was before cutscene pausing and skipping was a thing.
I think Xenosaga was one of the first games I remember where I could pause a cutscene.
Well, thank
Thank
God.
God for that.
And I was like,
Yes.
and I was like, good, I get to go to the bathroom. I can probably go get a little weight training in, come back, pick up where I was, keep going with the 40-minute long cutscene. Nice.
Which was fine. I was
Yep.
fine with that. But
Oh,
it needed the option to pause, thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me the option to
Or
pause.
Metal Gear style.
Please.
Would you like to save? You have another 4 hours left.
Oh my god.
Yes.
If I get a save moment in the middle of a cutscene, I'm like, oh.
You know what,
God,
though? Let's be
real.
honest. That's the style of game he wanted, and at least they gave you the thing
Yeah.
you needed. Like, that was a thing that was necessary in Metal Gear 4.
It
Yep.
was much more welcome in Metal Gear Solid 3, though, from a perspective.
Yep. All right, Derek, bring us home.
Yep, Blue Destination is the track that I picked from Sen no Kiseki 2. This reuses the motif from the Decisive Collision, which was a track in Sen no Kiseki 1. I actually played that, on a previous episode. So hey, back. It's a little bit more of a low-tempo, synthy, techno-y version. I'd say almost trancey. But yeah, it's... I don't have any really particular thoughts about it in context because obviously I haven't played the game, won't for a long time most likely, but it has that Legend of Heroes, I guess, signature style where you can tell that this is a theme that plays against an important person or happens at a climactic story moment. I just think it's a nice track to listen to. really.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of specific commentary. I like the piano in it. It's got, and I say this every time we play a Falcom song. Reminds me of Falcom. But I really like the piano in this one and the sort of really high tempo percussion in the background. Sort of makes me feel like I should be running.
Yeah, it'd be a good workout song.
Derek, you need to stop picking songs from games that I can't play in English yet because I want to play them in English and I can't.
Hey, you're studying Jap.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's that. I could try. I could. But I want other people to play them too. People who don't know a word of Japanese because they're awesome.
Yeah, I would like it for everybody to be able to play those. Yeah. Well, awesome. Derek and Rob, thank you for bringing your picks to Music of the Year. You guys helped us ring in the second annual celebration of music from 2014. Well, this is the second annual celebration of music, and it is from 2014. Like I said, I'm glad we got the entire Once and Future podcast crew here to do this. So we're going to be doing like we did last year. We'll be moving from segment to segment. So I have not yet decided who's up next. So I'm not going to announce it. I'm just going to say, everybody, thanks for listening and stay tuned because there's way, way, way more coming. All right, and now we're coming back in, and tonight we have the entire RPG family. I have successfully gathered all of the world leaders in one place so that we can launch a surgical airstrike and take us all out at once. Joining me tonight, we have a returning guest from last year's Music of the Year. We have Mac from RP Gamer.
Hi, how's it going, everybody?
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. We also have, for the first time ever, Zack Reese from RPG Site.
Hello, hello, hello.
Also joining us is another newcomer from RPGFan this time. We have Mike Sollosi, who, for the sake of our sanity, we're going to call Sollosi tonight because we brought many mics.
It's appropriate.
I'm the last and probably the least of the mics that you'll be hearing from today.
And also joining us, continuing along, is myself and my co-host.
Mike. Oh, I'm still co-host?
Yes, you're co-host.
Okay.
And so we're going to do...
Coco host.
Cocoa host. Delicious. Delicious host.
I'm going to edit his staff page to just say Coco host. Oh. So let's go ahead and dive right into some music. I believe, Mac, you have our first pick of the evening.
Yes, I do. The first pick that I chose is from Dragon Age Inquisition, and I picked Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts. I thought this was one of the better Dragon Age pieces, so I wanted to share this one as far as my first choice for the day.
Excellent. And then I think Zack had the next one.
Yes. I chose Sky of Twilight from Atelier Esca and Lagi, or Atelier, as it were. Being a huge fan of Gus's music, I wanted to make sure I chose a track that meant a lot to the context of the story, and I really enjoyed this track, so hope you guys like it as well.
Excellent. And then Sollosi, the last one.
Right, I picked the title theme from A Bird's Story, composed by Can Gao. It is a really beautiful, sad theme and a beautiful, sad game.
Fantastic. Well, for our first block, then, we got Wicked Eyes, Wicked Hearts, Sky of Twilight, and title theme. So what I really like about Wicked Eyes, Wicked Hearts is you guys all pointed out when we were listening to it, like it has that cello that I think Zack you mentioned that's a lot more common in like Western RPG music. I feel like I do sort of hear that. I guess maybe it's like the European fantasy sound that is just so consistent with that.
Yeah, it's like the deep tones. They kind of like that more. The more of the wind instruments and things like that. It kind of builds the tension more. They're more about tension. It feels like with Western RPGs.
That's one of the reasons I chose this piece too, is because I thought it built more tension than a lot of non-intro themes. It seems like a lot of the Western RPGs, the intro or the title screen's the one where you get all the build-up and everything too. So in picking something from Dragon Age, this was one of the first Dragon Age soundtracks that I actually found music that I really enjoyed from. So Wicked Eyes and Wicked Hearts was one of the biggest standouts. And like you say, just from where it starts at the cello till about, it gets about 3 minutes in or 2.5 minutes in and just really starts building up. I just love that whole dramatic build up towards the end too.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the I don't know that I could hum you the melody of any Dragon Age Inquisition song except maybe the main theme, but I feel like while I'm playing the game, I absolutely love the tracks that play during the story missions. They really capture that sort of drama because it's a very serious game. Like I think there's a good sense of humor, but I feel like it is overall a pretty drama llama type game when you're in the story missions.
Yeah.
Well, there's that one time I think it's like a song about the Inquisition. I forget the name of the track. I think it's something like that where that woman is singing, like she's starting to do this chant, and that was a great song as well.
Yeah, it's the sort of the priestess that's with your group for most of the time. She sings a hymn to sort of lift everyone's spirits. That's a great scene. But back to the song at hand, I thought it was really great. I was pleasantly surprised by the cello, which is not a voice I'm used to hearing in this kind of song. And like you guys were alluding to before, Dragon Age music doesn't really try to give you a bright, catchy melody to latch onto. It's more about atmosphere and just a background that messes with tension and emotion a little bit, but that was a great track. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it builds up to the violins towards the end, and you're really starting to get into it. Like, man, I'm pumped. This is good.
Yeah. And overall, the soundtrack, like you said, it may be one of the better Western-style soundtracks for these type of RPGs, for BioWare stuff, outside of maybe some in Mass Effect 3. But I wouldn't say it's my favorite soundtrack of the year, but this one was one of my favorite pieces from it easily.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the Mass Effect was just like that one when you went to the map. That was like my only track I remember the most from
that's
that.
a wonderful song.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah.
Makes you want to fly in space.
BioWare is not always the music that I turn to, but yeah, that Dragon Age Inquisition track is very good, for sure.
Definitely. Speaking of really good, I mentioned this yesterday when we recorded with some other RPG fan editors, and I'm going to say it again now. I feel like I've made a mistake not playing enough Atelier games because the music is amazing.
It's fantastic, and so the song I chose was Sky of Twilight, and so that is actually the second to last boss in the game. That's when that song plays, and it's pretty amazing just because up until that point, the music was kind of what you'd expect. It was more just to fit the mood, but then the way that battle starts, it's that the boss comes down, and then it kind of starts running around the party, and then the music starts building and building, and then all of a sudden it just lets loose with that guitar riff that just starts playing. And first time I heard that, I was like, oh my god, this is the boss music? What? And then it's like, Gust, you guys know how to build up the tension towards the end of a game. It's incredible. And then that song is over 6 minutes long, and that just keeps going. There's no loop, there's nothing, it just keeps going and going, and all that time, it's easily the hardest boss in the main story. And so you're trying to think out how to plan, do a strategy while you're fighting this boss, and then this music's playing in the background, and you're just this tingly sensation of goosebumps everywhere trying to listen to this song while trying to you're in the panic mode trying to keep your party alive while just being your face melt and listen to this guitar riff. And Kanako Ito's singing, who
it's great.
She's an amazing singer, and I only learned about when I reviewed Legasista a few years ago, which is a dungeon crawler, and she sings the opening song for that. I had no idea who she was until then, and so hearing her again, I'm like, I know this. I've heard this person before, and it was. I love this. I love this track. It's the Escalage soundtrack. There's not a lot of really good tracks in it. It's kind of all fades into the back, and there's nothing really that really stands out. But songs like this one is definitely what makes it really good at that point.
Yeah, I really love when you get, especially at the end of like a JRPG, you get a vocal theme as one of the final boss themes. Like I think Wild Arms 4 and 5, I think, did that, and they were like some of the coolest songs because it just gets you, it sort of plays on the strengths that those have. Like if you're going to hire a singer like that and sing one of these, not necessarily a J-pop theme song, but if you're going to sing a theme song, use it thematically, and using it like that is just so exciting.
I'll agree with Steven on one thing too, is I really need to listen to and play more of the Atelier games, because if you hadn't told me what this was from and I was listening to it completely out of context, I think the biggest compliment I can give it is it reminds me of something off of like an Ys game, and like an intro theme or something from that, just the way it starts rocking in there, and it really was awesome.
Yeah, you mentioned that it sounded sort of like an intro theme. I'm like Steve, and my experience with the Atelier series is limited, but listening to this is like, oh, is this an opening theme? Is this just like a soaring anthem for the whole game? I waited 6 minutes. Oh no, it's changing again. It's a really busy song that goes through a lot of different phrases and different notes, and it's really interesting and cool throughout. I think it's the way that you were so enthusiastically describing it, Zach. It's probably it's probably enhanced with context, which makes me much more interested in maybe trying out one of these Atelier games again.
Yeah,
I've only played one of the PS2 ones, and that's it.
Oh, there's that track, the final boss, and even the credits song. They're all as good as that song, and so that's what kind of carried it through to the end, and that's what the JRPGs tend to do good is, finish up the game pretty strong, even if the middle part might have been not as great. So
great beginning and finale.
They always deliver, at least with those. They tend to anyway.
Speaking of great beginnings, the title theme from A Bird Story. We were joking about how that sort of came out of nowhere. Like, it was Kanga was like, "Hey, my game is out in a week." I adored the To the Moon soundtrack, and I haven't had a chance to really listen to too much from A Bird Story yet. I have a copy of the game, and I keep meaning to sit down and play it because
I heard it's like sad. Like that game is sad.
The entire game is sad. Total playtime is maybe under 3 hours, maybe under 2 hours.
Just like To the Moon, basically.
Yeah, but it's really beautiful and like depressing in a way that makes you glad you're listening to it, not depressing in a way that makes you upset that you haven't even played it. And the opening has this. It's like a melancholy Mega Man 2 because it's like scrolling. It's scrolling up. It's scrolling up the tower. Yeah, you're scrolling up a tower with this music playing, and then it focuses on the main character, sort of looking off into the distance. And I mean, it's the song that plays when you boot up the game, and it sets the tone beautifully for this sad, beautiful game that is totally worth your time. Before recording here, I was just seeing how much the soundtrack costs. It's $3 on Bandcamp, which is totally worth it.
Support your beloved artists.
Yes, please.
No, it was good and sad, and just like To the Moon, it seems like the game is built around the soundtrack, I'd say, because everything about his music is just so emotional, and it seems like it captures the games just to a T. But Melancholy Mega Man sounds like a great fan fiction.
I'd read Melancholy Mega Man. Of course, I think they made that. It's called Mega Man X, but snap!
Mega Man Legends 3.
Oh, that's too melancholy. Now I'm just sad.
Or a good meme, Melancholy Mega Man. Start seeing posts of
so
him just sad.
I just looked it up. The Bird Story, the soundtrack is also on Steam itself, so you can also buy it there.
Oh, awesome!
Sure.
Yeah.
Who does the is it TPR that does the melancholy tributes?
Yeah. Phoenix
Guys. Maybe he should do a Mega Man 2 one.
If he did, it would basically sound just like A Bird Story.
Yeah.
So I need to give Zach a high five for many reasons, but most notably at the moment for him picking the next track from a game that is actually going to be my game of the year, I think. But I love the music from this game. So Zach, hit us.
Yes. So My next track that I chose was from Divinity Original Sin, which up until earlier this year was in early access and finally was released. During early access, they didn't really have much music in there. There might have been like a track here and there that you could hear, but clearly the soundtrack wasn't complete yet. And so when that game finally came back out, I think it was this past summer, they injected it with all this amazing, amazing music that every single track in that game you could listen to even outside of context, and it sounded incredible.
It does.
The specific song I chose was Bittersweet Regrets, which is one of the town songs that they play when you go back into town, and it's a fantastic song for sure.
Yeah, that game now has a ton of music in it, and I just, like, I'll be playing the game with my friend, like, we're playing a co-op campaign, and just every other song, I'm like, oh, this is fantastic. Oh, this is fantastic. I feel like, my favorite song's playing. Wait, no, this is, like...
A lot of variety, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of variety... We are going to go to Sollosi for the next track, which is definitely a 180 from Divinity Original Sin.
Yes, this is the next track in the block is Pink Sniper from Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, which is a fighting game that is probably not very many people's game of the year, but it's a very fun, catchy song that I have listened to many times going running and at the gym. So it's definitely in my head, and I'm glad to share it with you soon.
Excellent. And then Mac for the final pick of the block.
Kind of reversing things again, and it seems like a lot of the music this year was either from games that I didn't really care for but loved the music, or there was a game that I loved but only loved like one or two pieces from. And Child of Light is where my next pick comes from, and it's Little Girl Jen. And that piece, it was hard to pick just one out of this soundtrack because so much of that was just very good overall. It's one I can just sit and listen to just as a calm, relaxing soundtrack. And none of them really stood out as being the best in the, overall, but I think this one's the one I listen to most, so that's why I decided to go with Little Girl Jen.
Excellent. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Bittersweet Regrets, Pink Sniper, and Little Girl Jen. So we've played a couple of Divinity tracks on Rhythm Encounter before, but I just cannot get enough of this game's soundtrack. It's, Zack sort of mentioned it before we were listening, but it's just, for a game that I did not even know existed at the beginning of the year, that it's now not only my game of the year, but one of my top picks for a soundtrack. There's so much heart and so many interesting instruments, and it's not all European fantasy sounds either. There's some crazy stuff that sounds almost like out of a Deus Ex game. But Bittersweet Regrets is one of my favorite town themes. It's just everything about this song I love.
Yeah, I learned about this game because I actually did a preview for it at E3 a year or two ago, and so obviously at that time they were just showing gameplay, not music or anything. It was more like proof of concept at that time, but listening to that soundtrack, it's pretty amazing just because the music flows very nice from the regular music you hear all the way into the battle music and then back out. With Bittersweet Regrets, it's one of those songs that you could just close your eyes and listen to and get in a really good mood for. And it's probably the best music to hear when you're coming back from a long journey of fighting, and then you hear the song when you get back into town. You're like, oh, this is a great way to wind myself down. And it's good to just kind of turn the game on and just sit there and just listen to the music. It's definitely one of the best tracks. I mean, the soundtrack is full of amazing tracks. This is just one of them, but it's probably my favorite just because of how it just leaves you a very good warm feeling inside listening to it, especially with the soft guitar picking and all that. It felt good, and then it kind of builds up somewhere around the middle and then continues on like that. It never stays at one point, and that's what I think I like the most about it. It keeps kind of evolving a little bit throughout the track.
Yeah, I agree. Warm is a great way to describe it too. I really like that.
Yeah.
It was very pretty, sort of minimalist, but in a good way, not overproduced. It makes me want to explore that whole soundtrack, which I know nothing of the Divinity series in general, but that was a really nice tune.
Well, yeah, I mean, the soundtrack itself uses a lot of tracks from the other Divinity games, like Beyond Divinity and Divine Divinity. But there's some, they recycle, but they tend to make some changes to it. It's not all just a copy and paste job, but there are plenty of original tracks in it as well, including this one that I really enjoyed.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I love just the calmness of that piece. Like you said, you say it's just a town theme when you come back to town.
Yeah.
At one of the places. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. It just brings back memories of games that I haven't even played. It just feels so natural.
It's just nostalgia.
And it's not the only one either. I mean, they don't stick to one single town theme. There's several inside when you come back to town, and it just keeps changing. There's
nice.
Yeah, like he said, it's that the soundtrack is huge, and so just being able to just sit there and going from one song to the next, and it's kind of all fits that same mood, and that's like I said, that's my favorite of the bunch. But there's just a lot of really good music. People should really check it out.
Yeah, the official release is actually much shorter than the actual in-game soundtrack. But if you go on YouTube, you can hear a ton of it. But there's some editing in the actual in-game soundtrack for sure. They take out some, I know there's one track where they took out wind instruments and stuff like that from the actual song itself that I didn't realize. But yeah,
wonderful stuff.
Absolutely. And then Pink Sniper, you guys actually had a great way of describing this song, because first of all, it's quite a shift from Bittersweet Regrets. Marriage.
You waskaway wabbit.
No, so if I'm not mistaken, I stepped away for a second, but you guys were saying this is Yukari's theme, right, in Ultimax?
Yes. Yes, it is. And for those of you that haven't played Ultimax, it's 2 years after the events of Persona 3, and Yukari is a college student who does some actress and model work on the side, and so for the game she's dressed as Pink Phoenix Ranger Featherman R, so she's the Pink Ranger armed with a Power Ranger style bow, and this is her theme song when she is in the second player position, or if you're fighting her in story mode. And man, it is so catchy, and I love that sax. That is 85% of the reason why I put it up here. That sax.
It's got that signature Persona sound that you really like. Just like guitar riffs, some piano, some some trumpet, all this stuff. It just all wrapped into a single track, and it's really good. I agree.
And also, I should mention the other songs on the Persona 4 Arena soundtrack can sort of blend together a little bit because they play with similar melodies, and there's a lot of guitar, and there's always sort of a danceable 4 on the floor. But this one breaks it up a little bit because there's this sort of fun saxophone and strings out of nowhere that's not really like any other song on the album. And I listen to it when I go running all the time.
Persona music is great running music, isn't it? Like,
it is.
It's great.
I have this really specific playlist I set up for when I run, and I have to change it like monthly. But I always use like a final boss track for the end of my run because I usually sprint at the end, and I always end up using like the Genesis or the Almighty or something from 4. And I'm like,
that's actually I was going to say the Almighty is my track of choice when I go running or biking. Just that song.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot of Persona 4 Arena and a lot of like Super Meat Boy.
There you go. Yeah, just the hammer home like Super Meat Boy, just nonstop pounding your head against the paper.
In that game, you are getting chased often, so
I'm usually just
it fits
dead.
more with other. Yeah. That's
and then the last track we listened to, I'm a big fan of the Child of Light soundtrack. I really, really like it. It's. I mean, I hate to cop out and say it sounds like it has heart, but that is honestly what I get when I hear it. Like, between the visuals and the audio, it's like this almost storybook quality. It's very... I don't want to say delicate, because like especially the battle theme is really sort of awesome. But I can't really articulate it. I really like the Child of Light soundtrack, and that track in particular is one of the ones that I like a lot.
Yeah, much like the game itself, you kind of mentioned the whole fairy tale feel that the game gives, just from its art style to its story to its music. It all just fits that flowing. Even the combat, like you said, the battle themes are a little more action focused and not as delicate, but they still have this nice flow to them that really... I had never heard of the artist who had done this before. I'm not sure if... been involved in other stuff or not, but just the whole music, every bit of music from the soundtrack just really, really is great to listen to if you're just in a mood to relax. And sometimes I'll just put it on when cooking just to kind of calm down and relax at the end of a day or something like that. So it's great.
That's a good theme for an episode. Music to cook to.
Oh,
but
with themes now.
No, but yeah, like it's so. Her name is Beatrice Martin, and I'm probably saying it wrong because it's French. And it's Que de Pirate, right, Sollosi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Go Pirate.
So this is the first time she had worked on a game. She had actually done some other solo work prior to that, which is all great. If you like the Child of Light sound, all of her music is really great, and her vocals are especially good too. But I highly recommend all of her work, not just the Child of Light soundtrack.
Yeah, I think you really were onto something when you said there was a delicateness to it, even though the events of the game aren't really necessarily delicate. But Girl de Pirate has a sort of a fragility to her voice that makes that, I don't know, it adds another layer of soulfulness to the music that really resonated with me. I mean, I love this soundtrack.
For me, it's that I felt like, and this is kind of what I brought up when we listened to it, is that I felt like the piano itself is kind of an underrated instrument, at least with modern games, just because it seems to fade in the background a lot, and you don't hear it that strongly. And in that track, you can definitely hear it, and it really, as you said, it brings kind of a somber tone to the game. And I remember listening to it when I was playing it, and just like Mac was talking about, just kind of just soaking it all in when you were listening to it, and just really get into that mood, into that flow that the game was trying to deliver.
That's an awesome way to describe it. I think that's exactly what it succeeds at doing. Speaking of Child of Light, Sollosi, what's up next?
Transition,
right? You call that a segue? You can use that.
Yeah.
The first song of the third block is Off to Sleep from the Child of Light soundtrack. It is the end credits theme, and next is
Light the Fire Up in the Night.
Woo!
Which, bringing back the Persona, it's actually the battle music that plays in Persona Q, the Persona 4 side, the version. There's two versions, Persona 3, Persona 4. I chose the Persona 4 side.
chose wisely.
It brings out the rap more.
I disagree, but we will talk about that later.
Oh, he's throwing down the gauntlet here.
Yeah, I did.
I'm not going to put up much of a fight anyway. Just we'll agree to disagree on that one.
And then the last track, Mac, I believe it's you.
Yeah, I almost feel dirty picking this one, but the music is great, even if I didn't care for the game any whatsoever.
I agree completely.
Noel and Yule, Pact of the Light from Lightning Returns. Now, game itself, say what you may, wasn't a fan, tried it multiple times, whatever. Not talking about the game. The music still has some fantastic stuff, and this piece is one of my favorites from there. That wasn't kind of a reused piece. They did reuse a few pieces from, or a few songs actually from the 13-2 soundtrack, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly.
Is the Chocobo Metal song in it?
If you listen all the way to the end of this one, it slowly transitions into Crazy Chocobo. So.
Oh, I did not expect that. I was just joking, but I didn't.
I'm gonna
Spoiler,
I'm gonna make
really.
it do that.
Oh, yeah.
All right then, coming up, we've got Off to Sleep, Light the Fire Up in the Night, P4 version, and Noel and Yule, Pact of the Light.
Time stood still for a while. Your hand was holding mine. The stars that shined in your eyes, and don't let them go by. Fly on, you golden girl, and take on your fears. I'll be with you in your dreams. The world is darker than it seems, and I'll be waiting for the light that guides us through the worst of nights, and I'll be waiting for a sign you're coming back, and you have found your path. I know that you've seen the worst. Your heart's been torn before. Those creatures won't let you go, so hang on to what you know. So sail on, you golden girl, and fight against those fears. I'll be with you in your dreams of a world without a queen, and I'll be waiting for the light that guides us through the worst of nights, and I'll be waiting for a sign you're coming back, and you have found your path. And I'll be waiting for the light that guides us through the worst of nights, and I'll be waiting for a sign you're coming back, and you have found, and I'll be waiting for the light that guides us through
curiosity brings me back and grooving. Don't wanna follow water, I wanna restore that order. Crossing the border, next corner, posing for reporters. Next level explorer with my crew supporters to conquest forward with my
Mountain is gonna fly for us and never be there. You keep on breaking up me. You never turn away from me. In this fast raining night. Light don't find a rock in the night. The journey that we travel for our prize. No matter where we go, we will not stop the shining forever.
that I see is now flat, more like panorama, more doing more over drama, going gorillas bananas. I just wanna have a lot of fun, I'm surviving, I'm riding, I'm driving, no battle and battle, and I keep it dazzled.
Sooner than memories begin to fray, everything from the past just swept away. Remembering when all who have gone are now lost. Many paths, many seasons I have seen. Time has washed them away, just like the sea. So many fates and dreams will become tragedies. To see you safe, to watch you grow. Visions of love, my only hope. Such loneliness is worth the price. I'll protect you with my life.
So one of the things I really like about Off to Sleep, and we talked about this when we were talking about Little Girl Jen, I just really love the vocals in that song and just sort of the piano. The song has this feeling of like fullness, I guess, is the best way to maybe put it. I really like how that sort of accompanies the end of that game, because it is sort of a somber game. And I think that's just...
It is.
That, even the title of the track, I think, is very fitting.
Yeah, I mean, without going into spoilers, there's sort of an ending and a new beginning that is occurring as the song is playing. And just like with the whole context of the events of the game and what's happening during the credits and how beautiful that song is, and that the sort of vulnerability of Beatrice Martin while she's singing, it really just hits some emotional notes, and it's a really beautiful song. And I really hope that she continues making game music, because I would be very interested to hear more from her.
Yeah, I would like her to come along for Child of Light 2, because I'm sure that'll be a thing.
I think they were talking about it, weren't they? About doing a sequel?
I think so.
Said it did well enough to
warrant one or something.
One, but
I mean, they're definitely going to play more with that UbiArt engine, which
darn well better.
Yeah, no
which,
kidding.
what was that World War One game that was
Valiant Hearts, and
yeah,
I beat that recently, and that was a heck of an experience. And the music in that game was great as well. And so the whole Ubisoft knows how to put a team together. The music in their games tends to be really good. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I sort of love what they're doing now, because they're making their money with these with
yearly
the
Assassin's
big
Creed
budget,
games.
with Assassin's Creed and Far Cry, and then just to generate some goodwill, they're spending a little bit of time into these really beautiful smaller games made in UbiArt that can be made about as fast as you can create assets for them, and
intentionally putting small teams together to make these projects. And Child of Light,
keep that up too.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
really
more of this.
I like
especially if we get Martin singing more for us.
Yeah, Up to Sleep. I like how it builds up, and then there's that harmony towards the end where they have like other singers, all the backup singers come in, and it just, as you said, it's a very fulfilling feeling when you listen to that song. I have not beaten Child of Light, so I don't know the context of where things are at the end of that game, but I can kind of tell where things are at, and it's. I just really like listening to that song for sure. That was my first time hearing that song, so I really enjoyed it.
Me too.
I hated it. What am I talking about? Come back in. That was a terrible track.
Terrible.
You jerk.
It was too good. I can't handle it.
It's too good. It's too good. I'm going to blow up here.
Speaking of things that are too good, Light the Fire Up in the Night.
Yes.
Gosh,
that song.
I'm playing that game, and I feel like every time I get into a battle, I'm just singing the words as I'm fighting. I'm like, I've fought this beetle 400 times. Light the fire up in the night.
It builds up, and I think that guy comes in and and just.
It is Lotus Juice returning, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
because he's totally worth it.
Yes,
he's absolutely.
I saw him when they did the Persona Live, and the guy's like in his 40s or something like that, and he's up there and like dressed as like a teenager and just rapping and he's like laughing your ass off. But
I love the onomatopoeia you were just delivering, because like his rapping is almost like just a percussion instrument on its own, like it's fantastic.
It's
fantastic,
great, and
because it makes about as much sense as trying to figure out the English.
But yeah, it's the rapping, it's the classic, the vintage Persona sound that is in that battle song. It's the battle theme. You hear it a lot, and it obviously you don't want a battle song that you're going to get like sick and tired of hearing just after a few times. It's like that, and the FOE theme from that game is among like just great, and like you would expect that from that group, and then like the ties to Etrian Odyssey as well, like. That series is music, great music all this time, and like you hope that they deliver here, like they always have been with Persona, and just it compares to Persona 4's battle music that I really enjoy as well, and I think I might put this slightly above Persona 4's, but that's probably because I played about 100 hours Persona 4 and heard that music so much that I burned out on it. Maybe who knows how this will go, but. I'm really liking Persona Q's soundtracks, but especially this song.
There's a lot of great stuff towards the end of it, too.
Yeah. And we should mention that we've mentioned this before the block played. There's two versions of Light the Fire Up in the Night. There's the P3 side and the P4 side. This is the P4 side that we just listened to. And I like the P3 version a little better. It has a little bit more guitar and less brass, and it has a different vocalist. Mostly because I think I like the singer a little better for the P3 version.
It's
But
obviously they're trying to go for the signature of the certain game that it's supposed to represent,
Yes.
and that's it's Persona 3 soundtrack was obviously more rock, especially the last song that plays in that game in Persona 3, and then go to Persona 4, more pop, more brass. For sure.
Yeah, we were talking last night a little bit when we were recording with some other editors, like about how I'm actually really interested to see what they do with 5, because stylistically, I feel like they're probably going to go
Where can they go
in a different direction. But it's like, what direction do they go in? Do they do like grunge?
I am fascinated by just the thought of what the music for 5 will be. I think we should, when the OST for 5 drops, we should put 5 different reviews out for it. Because
one for each Persona
because
game?
I will be so sad if Persona 5 ends up being disappointing.
Speaking of games that have a lot of incidental audio.
Is that how you're going to put it?
Okay.
That's one good way to phrase
it. Put down almost.
I hate to make it sound like a put down. There's a lot of atmospheric stuff in Lightning Returns, and I think it does suit that game. But there's also a lot of, we were talking about this last night, but there's a lot of really fantastic music in that game. And this is, I don't know. I've only beaten about half of 13-2, so I don't really know what the deal with Nolan Yule is or anything like that. But I do like this song quite a bit.
You did a square.
Yeah, the reason I chose this one isn't so much of anything that happens within the game. I've been listening to the soundtrack mostly outside of it, and the few points during the game that I don't really even want to mention the game just because I feel like both all the Lightning and 13 stuff's been talked to death. But the music I do want to celebrate, because this piece, it just brings that calmness to things, and it's got kind of a dark undertone. I love the whole kind of minor sound that it has at times, and it just really, really has a nice flow to it. Everything about this, though, the soundtrack has to be one of the highlights of all the 13 games. So, with the exception of some Chocobo themes that we may or may not mention.
The best! Shredding guitars,
I put that Chocobo theme up there with the Mansion Basement song from Resident Evil Director's Cut. It's just like, what is happening? How did I get here?
Yeah.
Let's say a lot about Final Fantasy. How did we get here?
I think I overlooked this song in the game, because I haven't finished Lightning Returns, but I got to the point where I think this plays, and I don't really like exactly what they did with the story without spoiling it, but I do like this track a lot.
See,
because it is based on Noel's theme from 13-2, which is one of my favorite tracks.
Oh, okay.
And it's hard to really do anything to kind of match the quality of the soundtrack, I think, with that story. So,
oh yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
You'll end up with an entire album of Final Fantasy X-2 Chocobo theme.
You really don't like that song. That's
the techno.
I like Crazy Chocobo more than I like 10-2's Chocobo theme.
That's saying a lot.
I was coming from like Mac's side. It's like there's pretty much like many of the modern Final Fantasies I have a big problem with, but like I can never really say a bad thing about the music. Like I'll say bad things about 8, 10, 12, 13 and all those games. But
9, thank you.
9, I love 9 because that's why I love 9. I hate 8, 10.
Welcome on the show anytime.
But I can never say anything bad about the soundtracks to this game, because 8 has an amazing soundtrack, 10, 12, 13, 13-2, Lightning Returns.
Yeah.
I've listened to those soundtracks, and it's hard to say anything bad about those because they're so good. And it's I can't knock about that. It's I put in the game itself aside and the story and the characters. It's like at least my favorite music is the kind you can listen to out of context and away from, like, you can put it on your playlist and just listen to it. And I do agree. Yeah, Lightning Returns. I've not played the game, but I've listened to the soundtrack, and that I've not actually. Once again, I actually have not heard that song before. I must have skipped it before, but it's really good. I like the once again, it's the tonality of it that I really enjoyed too.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, there are a few others on that soundtrack too, if you haven't checked out. Like I say, one of them's kind of a replay of Noel's theme. They've got him on there. They've got I believe the Savior's theme is what it's called. It's a good one that's on there.
Yeah.
A lot of the vocal tracks that are on there are really good and stand out. More so than some of the other two parts of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy.
I have not played any game in the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy, but all the music I've heard is excellent. That song's gorgeous. Only vocals and piano, but super pretty. Kind of makes me want to play it, but then I realized it's 3 games. Then I have plenty of other stuff to play.
Yeah, you have plenty of other stuff to play.
Just play the second one.
Well, I mean, like, isn't 13.2's, like, Shimamura did the soundtrack to 13.2?
She didn't do 13.2. It was a couple of composers, Masashi Hamauzu, Naoshi Mizuta, and I'm blanking on the third. But that's why it has such an interesting soundtrack, I think, because it's sort of eclectic, but it works in the context of that game. And outside the context of the game, it definitely works, because the only reason I eventually played that game was because the soundtrack is fantastic.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah, I was thinking of she's doing the music for Final Fantasy 15 and Kingdom Hearts 3. I forgot about that.
Oh my goodness,
I messed that up. But yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for the music in that game too.
Me neither. She's wonderful.
Is she coming back for Xenoblade Chronicles X?
No, Hiroyuki Sawano is doing that. Who is?
That's actually the composer for Kill la Kill is doing the music for that game. Yeah, his first video game soundtrack.
Yeah,
so that'll be
did Kill la Kill, also did Attack on Titan. Great composer.
Yeah,
I do hope he's assisted by Ace Plus, though.
You know who? Yes. Yeah, for Xenoblade, correct. But you know who did the opening theme for Attack on Titan?
Revo.
Yeah, Sound Horizon.
Yep.
Oh,
if you're a Bravely Default
we'll get to him very soon.
Yes, very soon.
Wink,
wink,
wink.
wink. For our final block, gentlemen, we are here. I am not even going to attempt to pronounce the name of this track. So, Zach,
it's Russian.
Good luck to you, Zach.
Impie Novyari Fenjan. It's Russian. It's awesome. From Arno Surge.
Well done.
It's I
all
tried
right.
just by line reading. It's what works. But it's actually the track that plays during the prologue when you start the game. The fact that Siono Surge, which was only released in Japan, which was mostly like kind of like a dating sim kind of game. It wasn't really an RPG. Was only out in Japan, but a lot of stuff happened in that game apparently. So trying to play Arno Surge, which is the sequel, without any of the story to know what's going on. It's supposed to kind of set it up for the game itself. And even if you didn't play it, it's definitely one of the best. There's a lot of great tracks on that soundtrack, but I love this one a lot.
Excellent. And then, Mac, your final pick from another great game.
Yes.
Equally hard to pronounce.
Yeah.
I'll try your best.
This year has been kind of a transition year for me as far as music picks go.
Transition year.
Boom.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Transition.
Okay. You could turn a phrase.
Yeah. I know. Now, the reason it has, because it seems like most of the games that I've listened to their soundtracks over and over have been Western developed. Child of Light was one of my early picks. Picked a piece from Dragon Age. There were a few other soundtracks like Bravely Default, which I'm sure we'll get into, and Dragon Guard 3, which I know you all covered some last year. And I just wanted to
play that game.
I had a hard time not picking, The Silence Is Mine, but I figured it probably had been done a few times already.
Yep,
so
don't worry, we have that one.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to. I wanted to pick Final Song too, and it's like 7+ minutes. So I figured spare you a little time on this. So my final pick, and probably my favorite song from the entire year is "Paper Boats" from Transistor. This is the kind of the ending theme of the game. I'm a big fan of Darren Corbin and Ashley Barrett. The music they did in Bastion, outstanding. Love her. Just her vocals are amazing. And while I think the overall soundtrack might have been a little bigger and maybe not as strong as Bastion for me, the vocal pieces in this game are outstanding, from All We All Become, The Spine, Circles, just all those. But Paper Boats is probably the one that stood out to me the most, and probably my favorite piece of the year.
Excellent. And then Sollosi, what are we taking us out with?
We are going to end this block of Music of the Year picks with Wicked Flight from Bravely Default. It is a late game boss music, and it absolutely rocks ass. So enjoy that. I had no qualms about putting an 8-minute song in this block, so maybe you might truncate that for your listeners.
The listeners have spoken numerous times. They want the full track.
All right.
This is actually our ending song for Music of the Year last year. I picked the song that we took the whole thing out with, and it was the live version of this song.
Okay.
I adore this song. So let's go ahead and listen to our final block. We've got Mpien Vari Fenjang, Paper Boats, and Wicked Flight.
Ночь, замыкая ладони, защити мою душу от боли, сохраняя себя. Много ли мало я сама от себя вновь убегала. Там, на границе обмана, я когда-то любовь потеряла, позволяя принять в сердце сомнения. Мне хватило тогда только мгновения, но новый день опустел без тебя, и словно тень заслонила, ведь отпустить не позволит судьба. И каждый миг кричит она: полети туда, где поет душа. Жизнь не ведала снова твои крыла. Этот новый мир подарил любовь, чтобы в облаках лететь с тобой, за день приносил облегчение, умывая упрямую память. Только на души напоминала: очень сложно найти, что растеряла. А если бы оглянуться назад и повернуть стрелки часа, я отдала все, что есть у меня, чтоб утонуть в твоих глазах. Позови меня, я уже в пути. Миллион преград я смогу пройти, если даже тьма поглотит весь мир. march into the past. Moments pass, just like that, they're gone. The river always finds the sea so helplessly, like you find me. We are paper boats floating on a stream, and it would seem we'll never be apart. I will always find you, like it's written in the stars. You can run, but you can't hide. Try, like the moon that makes the tides. That silent guide is calling from inside. Pull me here and push me there. It's everywhere, hanging in the air. We are magnets pulling from different poles with no control. We'll never be apart. I will always find you, like it's written in the stars. You can run, but you can't hide. Try. I will always, always find you. I will always find you.
of the things I love most about the Arno Surge soundtrack, other than the fact that I know nothing about the game, is that it makes me want to play the game. Again, this is Sound Team Gust, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's yet another Gust song. Now, my two favorite composing groups, it's Falcom, of course, this Falcom Sound Team, and Gust, because I've been listening to the Gust music for years and years as an RPG fan. And this year they really delivered for me with two great soundtracks with Atelier, Eska and Logi, and Arno Surge. And so in Arno Surge's soundtrack, there's a lot of vocal tracks, as you'd expect, being kind of spiritual successor to the Art Tonelico series. I don't know if this was just because of the American version, but in Art Tonelico 3, which I covered for my site, it didn't seem like there was a lot of vocal tracks, or at least the ones that you had to listen to, you had to go to like a menu and listen to it. In this, they really bring it front and center, and you could really like hear a lot of that music. Like I said, this is how the game starts. There's text going across the screen telling you about the story. About the basic plot setup is that, I don't know if should I spoil it? I don't know. It's the whole story is about them trying to create a new planet for themselves after being thrown out into space, and so they tried to build this up. And the other game, Seal No Surge, was like dozens of hours long, so trying to fit that into what is essentially like a few minutes of exposition. The music, though, you could feel it, like the emotion, and it's all written by Origa, who's a famous singer in Japan, who a Russian singer who does most of her music in Japan, who did a lot of music for Ghost in the Shell. So fans of like Standalone Complex and Solid State Society might recognize the voice. She sang a lot of the opening songs for that, like Inner Universe and Arise. And so, well, not Arise. So hearing her voice again, and she hasn't really done much in like 10 years. And so hearing her, she did a lot of the lyrics for this game. There's other songs in this game that have Russian lyrics in them as well that she wrote. Especially this track, though. I could have chosen like this one. The final boss theme in that game is incredible.
Oh, man, that song.
It's long. It flows. It's like it really gets your blood pumping. It's really like bombastic. It's all about spectacle. It's just way over the top, and you really feel for it. But this song really sets the tone for the game, and I love it. They use it in the prologue. There's another place you go to later where they play it again, but that's kind of it. It doesn't like continue on like that. I just love this song, and the way it builds up to a crescendo with her just going off, and then everyone joining in for like this big song. It was a fantastic track, and I can't get enough of this song. Like I'll never get tired of it.
I think you said it quite well. Again, I haven't played the game, but I really sort of like I've listened to the soundtrack so many times and have like it's one of those situations where you hear it and like I'm sort of imagining what could possibly be going on to warrant this incredibly detailed, complex, and in many cases like epic music. And like you were saying with the final boss song too. Like I heard it and I went onto YouTube. I was like, I have to see the final boss of this game. I couldn't find it because I just desperately want to see what goes with this music because it's so distinctive and interesting and good.
There's so many tracks like that in that game. That one, and there's other tracks spread around inside of that. That's great. I mean, the game itself doesn't really get that. The main overall plot's not that good, but there's been parts of that story that are fantastic. But I can never say enough good things about the soundtrack for sure. Like I'll keep talking praises for it. It's one of the best ones I've heard in years, honestly.
Most definitely.
I don't know a thing about Artelico or Arno Surge, but that song was gorgeous. The vocals were so pretty, and the mood was so sort of somber and beautiful. It makes me want to get into more games that I have no time for at all.
RPGs, which is, perfect.
Yeah, we picked a rough genre to be big fans of, huh?
Yeah.
no good.
It's harder and harder to be an adult that likes RPGs.
Oh, no more summer vacations for us.
Oh, no, I'm sad.
No.
Speaking of summer vacations and bad segues, paper boats.
It's a good one.
Yeah. Don't sink the segue.
Yeah, no, you made the segue better by admitting it was bad right at the beginning.
Let me put this down on paper.
Honesty sounds great, right?
Yeah, the reason I picked this one out of all the others, we were kind of talking during the break. A lot of the vocals on this soundtrack are fantastic. The Spine, I know, Zack, you were wanting to run that one and kind of bounced it out for this, and either of those could have been great for this, but I think Paper Boats really kind of hits home what I think the game was trying for as far as emotion goes. Whether, we kind of debated during the break too, that whether the story itself really lives up to, what they were trying in this case. I feel like Paper Boats is the one thing they did right, and if they had hit that, note for the rest of the story, it could have really hit home. It wasn't as emotional. It is, don't want to spoil how everything ends with this, but, if you look back to Bastion, there was a lot of personal ties to the music in that game, especially the vocal pieces and how it played into the story, build a wall and things like that. They had meaning, and I feel like this is one of the pieces too that really had meaning outside of just a set piece for the game. And it was just so emotional, and how it builds up, the first time that you hear the chorus, there's no instrumentation below it. And then the second time, it just brings in all the instrumentation at the same time and just really kind of builds from there. And then it goes to the bridge and just comes back. Yeah, I just absolutely love this. I could listen to it over and over and over. Inside or outside the game, even if you hadn't played Transistor, listen to this piece and just love it.
That song really grooves. It's not really quite funk, but it has just a real... the syncopated rhythm and just sort of the flow of the song just really made me, search for the layers of it, and I loved listening to it. That's an amazing song.
Absolutely.
Just fits with modern music in a very strong way. It's kind of like a little bit garage, a little bit modern pop rock kind of stuff. It's the music itself is a nice fusion, but I really enjoyed the soundtrack of that, and Bastion, of course, can't talk enough about how good that stuff gets, especially the credits music in Bastion I love to this day. And so here in Transistor's soundtrack, I've yet to play Transistor. I'm kind of saving myself for when I could experience the music. It sounds like, as you said, I'm probably not going to get as much of an emotional punch as I did in Bastion by listening to the music beforehand, but by listening to it in context. But from just that alone, and from as I mentioned, as Max said, I was going to put the Spine in. I've heard a few of the tracks from that, and you can't go wrong with this stuff. It's just too good. It's too good. I love what Supergiant Games put so much emphasis on the music itself, helping to tell the story, and that's what part of the thing I love about RPGs is that they put so much focus on story, about characters, but also the music. And so they've done a really good job in trying to capture that same demand for a music that can fill a void or tell a story or provide a message where words fail at. And so I think that Transistor, just from, at least from hearing the music itself, I'm very engaged with what they are trying to deliver with that.
Absolutely. I think definitely, I've said, I like Transistor. It's not my favorite thing in the world, but one thing I really love about Supergiant is the amount of time they put into the craft of their game, into the way it looks and sounds and the way it all sort of fits together as an experience. Their games are very much experiences, and even if I'm not a fan of a certain aspect of Transistor, the fact is that I do remember Transistor very well and will, because it's so distinctive, and a big part of that is its music. And just
doesn't Transistor have like a dedicated button you press to hum just to listen to music?
Yep.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, why didn't they think about this before?
Just
doing a little bit of background research. Darren Korb described his musical score as old world electronic post rock, and RPGFan's Bridget Choi described it as a fusion of electronic music and trip hop, which I don't know. I don't like getting into putting things in boxes and categorizing over much, but just thinking about what this soundtrack is and that those are the weird places you have to go to try and classify it is interesting on its own. And it's a really fascinating soundtrack that even if you have issues with the game, I think it's hard to deny how fully realized and interesting the music is in Transistor.
Exactly.
Speaking of fully realized, Wicked.
Is that how you're going to start every segue? It's like speaking
of that
of
exact same thing.
Speaking of this and this,
I take pride in my very stilted segues.
If I'm ever on one of these segments again, I'm going to put the weirdest possible adjectives in the last sentence to see what you turn it into.
Like, that was very laconic.
Speaking of falling off of a cliff and landing into a garbage can, it's
like speaking of Tabasco and macaroni and cheese.
Speaking of Tabasco and macaroni and cheese, Revo's one outfit that he wore during the live show for Wicked Flight actually was the same color.
I sort of believe you, but I
can wear a red outfit that looks like mac and cheese.
Doesn't he wear didn't he wear a cape or something like that? Or this really?
You can make up some silly stuff about Revo, and I would probably believe you because that guy is a mad
He's
genius.
a showman for sure. And Wicked Flight, I really, really love Bravely Default soundtrack for a lot of reasons, but, what I love about Wicked Flight is that it manages to work in themes from other parts of the game, and that's... You basically have me if you can put a theme from earlier in your RPG in your final boss theme. Every game that does that, I love the final boss song. Tales of the Abyss does that. Kingdom Hearts does it every time. I love that sort of consistency you get when you have this musical theme that has been greeting you throughout the game, throughout the experience, in the capstone of that experience. And Wicked Flight does that, along with having its own melody that I adore.
Yeah, Wicked Flight is relentless. It never really lets up, it does let up during sort of the bridge when it goes back down to the solo piano and starts to build back up to the full orchestra and guitar sounds. But, it's always climbing up and down, making callbacks to earlier combat music in the game. And the first time I heard it was, it might have been for last year's RPGFan Music of the Year Spectacular. But I don't know if that's exactly the truth. But I listened to the soundtrack long before playing Bravely Default, and I immediately latched onto the songs. Like, this song rules. It's obviously boss music, and it's just really powerful and with a feeling of just of chasing or being chased or just an intense battle. And when I started playing the game over the summer, I was waiting for Wicked Flight to hit the whole game. Then 65, 70 hours later, I finally get it because it's the second to last. I knew it wasn't the last boss because Serpent Eating the Ground just screams last boss. If you listen to that song.
Good song too.
So, but it is a good song too. But this is the second to last boss in a moment of tremendous payoff because by the end of the game you are very, very upset at the second to last boss. And and. Man, that song is awesome. I've listened to it many times over the past year.
It's actually DLC in Curtain Call, and it's super fun to play there, too,
Well, okay, I'm going to buy that in Curtain Call about 5 minutes after this recording.
There you go.
Now that
it's too long. Gotta speed it up a little bit.
Actually, it's a segment of it in Curtain Call. It's about 3 minutes in Curtain Call.
Okay, good, because if I do that for 7 minutes and 50 seconds, then I'll probably get hand cramps.
It's lengthy nonetheless. It's still 600 notes, but
I was gonna say 8 minutes of that. It's just
it's like playing Freebird and Guitar Hero 2. It's like, can I pause and just pass the guitar to my friend?
I'm not having fun anymore. I'm sad.
It's gonna end. Listen to that music. I haven't now played Bravely Default yet, which I guess is slander, being an RPG site reviewer and all that. But it reminded me about the Xenoblade Chronicles with Ace Plus and their contribution to that soundtrack, and a lot of wailing guitars and trumpets blaring all over the place, and just all these crazy instruments coming together into this giant orchestra. And seeing the live version of that, where you just got these guys in front just doing guitar solos, and then you just got this group of people in suits in the back just playing trumpets. Just this is RPG music. This is so ridiculous. And just hearing that, and then seeing
Katamari Damacy scene just manifesting in front of you, watching.
Just all these different bodies just all meshed together. Just folded over each other. It was. And hearing that music, yeah, that's like over 8 minutes long, and it, as was mentioned before, it's like it doesn't really loop. Like it has the bridge into the actual, main hook itself, but just hearing that and just. I did a post on my site where I named like my favorite soundtracks of the past generation, and Xenoblade Chronicles is up there. Mm-hmm. But just hearing this soundtrack, I think it tops it. Just hearing that music and listen to the music, of course, before on my own. Wicked Flight, just incredible.
Absolutely.
I think, this is not a surprise, but Bravely Default's OST is my favorite game soundtrack in the past several years. When we do the Music of the Year posts soon, it's my number one for this year, even though it's technically a 2012 release in Japan. It's confusing, but
2013 in Europe. So.
Yeah, true, and 2014 in North America.
There you go.
Yeah, I feel like we've had Bravely Default in our Music of the Year awards every year for like the past 5.
Jeez.
That's impressive. Not sure how that happens.
Yeah, in 2 years. I don't know how you can do that, but
maybe not quite 5, but
we knew it was coming.
Yeah,
I knew it was going to be good. In advance.
Yeah, it defies
before Years of Light.
Time,
you knew,
and for that reason, it is timeless.
Well, no, it fits the theme because you have to go back and do it again and go back and do it again.
Oh God, yeah. Okay. I don't know if you know much about this, Zach, but the second half of Bravely Default has issues with environment recycling and repetition.
So I've heard people say that. Just seeing that when people started playing it, like for the first time when that game came out, I could just see the reaction to people like, wait, what happened to the first half was pretty great. What is going on in the second half of that game? And so
yeah, I heard the same things too, and that almost scared me away from it. But I'm glad it ultimately didn't because
it's not as bad as people make it out.
Yeah,
it can be, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, but that obviously the bearing does it has on the soundtrack though. Like, do they do anything like that with the music itself, or does it continue to be dynamic like that? Like, just keeps changing it up.
Well, the same areas will have the same tracks.
Oh, you're going back to the same area? You're backtracking in that game? Or going
I said recycled environments. They reuse the same environments many times.
I thought it was like reuse assets, not like straight up going back to the same places.
Yeah. I don't want. I'm not going to talk about it anymore to avoid spoilers, but it does that, and many people were frustrated by that.
Oh.
But ultimately, I think that the game it pays off in a meaningful way, and the whole experience is successful enough that I ultimately forgave it, even though many people did not.
I heard.
And the soundtrack is absolutely awesome. The only downside is that you need to play that game for 60, 70 hours to get to Wicked Flight and Serpentining the Ground.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more Bravely Default in the Music of the Awards as we continue along. Well, that wraps us up. Mac and Zach, thanks so much for joining us. It was really exciting to have all of the big RPG sites here. But we, I think it's sort of, when we run this feature, it's sort of a big thing. We want to get everyone together. We want to get a lot of diversity in our picks. We don't want to just have me posting everything that Yoko Shimomura does all year and making that the whole show. So you all brought in...
You wouldn't be wrong.
But it's a real pleasure to have you both here. And Sollosi, thank you for doing your picks as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me do this, and thank you for hiring me 2 months ago.
Oh, God, has it been that long? Feels like it's been a year.
Yeah.
I'm so used to having you guys around now. And Mike, as always, co-host, thank you for joining.
No problem.
And so we've got plenty more coming up. We have segments upon segments of this show together. So stay tuned, listeners, and enjoy. All right, everyone, and we're back, and now we have yet another outstanding guest. Joining us for this particular segment is, as always, my co-host, Caitlin Argyros.
Hi, everyone.
And our special guest today is Jayson Napolitano. He is the supreme commander of Scarlet Moon Records. We've covered some of their albums in the past, the Scarlet Moon Christmas EP, Prescription for Sleep, From Gentle Love.
There's Saturday Morning RPG, which I think you guys covered, and Monarch Heroes of a New Age.
Yep, and the arrangements and variations of that as well.
Yeah, we do a lot of RPG stuff. I guess that's just kind of what my interests are. So thanks for having me, and thanks for all the coverage of the RPG stuff we've been putting out on the label. It's been about a year now that we've been out, and so it's great to get some people checking out what we're doing. So
absolutely, yeah, and part of that too is that you're covering sort of. We talk a lot about how we're really down with all these arrangements and sort of the increased appreciation, I would say, of game music we've been experiencing in the past couple of years. I remember like 10 years ago, it was impossible to find soundtracks unless you imported them, and you basically your options for arrangements were go to OC Remix. And that is totally not the case anymore with labels like Scarlet Moon. I mean, the Prescription for Sleep was one of the best albums I heard last year. I absolutely love that.
Well, thank you. There might be some news soon about more Prescription for Sleep, so you guys can look forward to that. But yeah, definitely that album is one of our biggest accomplishments. And my whole point from the beginning was to try to turn it into a series. So I'm hoping we can do that. And, I just as a big fan of it myself and having those same feelings about the stuff not being out there, personally, that Prescription for Sleep album was kind of like a dream project of mine. The song selection was kind of very personal. And, companies like Louder, who are allowing people to do the official licensing and doing this fan-made stuff and kind of, going under the table of licensing and copyright law, kind of opened it up for a lot of people to do what they want to do on a legitimate kind of basis.
Yeah. We talked to Taylor Davis, and she was mentioning too that sort of we have like this with like things like Louder being able to have all these like official arrangements where not only are people who are fans of the material getting credit for it, but also the people who actually created the material. It's awesome that sort of everybody can sort of enjoy this appreciation and benefit from it.
Yeah, so some of the my favorite stuff from last year, which I know we're going to be talking about, is stuff that's been on Louder and been licensed. So it's really opened it up to really put things out there on a professional basis, where a lot of it was fan and free before. Maybe you kind of wrote it off or whatever. Now it's kind of like it's an official product that you can assess and critique and do all those things. So
yeah, like and it's licensed, and so it's crazy. Like, one of your tracks, we won't spoil it too soon, but I mean, the composer has told me in the past, or the arranger told me that, he sent it to the original composer, and the composer said, "This is really cool. I'd love to get you a beer sometime." Like, I just love that we live in an age where that can happen.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And, the whole social media thing has just made it easy to get a hold of anybody these days. So it's really a cool time to be doing arrangement work and doing this kind of stuff that's been going on forever through sites like OCR, but now it's just really opened up for even more people to, actually apply their talent and maybe make some money and make sure that the license holder, the copyright holder is also getting their share. So it's kind of a cool deal for everyone.
Like a golden age.
Yes.
Yeah.
So speaking of fantastic music, Jayson, you picked our all the selections for today. These are your music of the years, as they were. So what are we going to be listening to for our first block here?
So I know that we're going to be listening to, and this is actually interesting. So, I listen to a lot of game music throughout the year, but when I come to the end of the year, I used to do a lot of writing about game music, and so I would have to do these kind of roundups every year of the best game music of whatever this last year was. And I went through VGMDB, which is an excellent site for anyone who's into game music. I go through the calendar and kind of jot down all the stuff I've listened to, and then kind of think of some games. I'm looking at you, Nintendo, that had great soundtracks but weren't released. So that's kind of, and in this process this year, I looked back and I kind of wrote down a bunch of kind of acclaimed soundtracks or interesting ones that I didn't listen to, and I went back and listened to those. So that when we were talking about doing this segment, I had picked some stuff, and then I had gone back and listened to Grand Blue Fantasy, which is I guess, iOS and Android game in Japan, like a JRPG that Uematsu and Tsutomu Narita did the music for, and I was like, all right, I want to give that a listen. I really like the Unchained Blade stuff that they did.
Oh yeah, that was great.
And just like, I just pulled it up on YouTube and was listening to it and said, wow, this is amazing. I can't believe people weren't talking about this. I threw it out on Twitter. A bunch of people retweeted it. Everybody's saying like, oh my gosh, like where can I get this? Unfortunately, it's hard to find, but there is some great music. So we're going to listen to something from that. Really cool kind of Celtic inspired stuff that we know Uematsu has always loved. And now he's actually getting the opportunity to put that in a game. And then the other pick is going to be...
That one is the one from Hyrule Warriors.
Oh yeah, the best game of the year, I think. I had so much fun with Hyrule Warriors, and a part of that is that I guess I've never really played a Dynasty Warriors game, so in that sense, it was all new and fresh to me, whereas somebody who plays a lot of Dynasty Warriors is like, oh, this is just a reskinned version. For me, it was just all new, all fun, tons of Zelda fan service.
Oh yeah.
From the characters to the weapons to the stuff you had to do, and of course the music. There were some fantastic arrangements, and it was hard to pick one song. It was so hard to pick one song, but this song that we're going to listen to, Under Siege, stood out in particular to me.
Excellent.
So,
well, then let's go ahead and take a listen to Evergreen Wind from Grand Blue Fantasy and Under Siege from Hyrule Warriors. So you sort of talked about this before we listened to it, but the immediate thing I noticed about Evergreen Wind is that it has super Celtic influence. It just makes you want to dance.
Absolutely, it's so like bouncy and fun and upbeat, and there's a lot of great music on that soundtrack. So, and the unfortunate thing is that was what I said is I was listening to this and I said, okay, first thing I'm going to do when I get home is I'm going to go buy this. Unfortunately, it's not widely available. It's not available digitally. There is a physical soundtrack that was released at like Comic-Con '86 or something. So there's not a place to import it. So I'm kind of just left with listening to it on YouTube, but I highly recommend any fan of Uematsu to go check it out. There's a really cool battle theme. This song in particular kind of stuck out. It's really melodic, upbeat, and I'm a huge fan of Celtic Moon, Final Fantasy IV Celtic Moon, which I think is one of the it's one of the like the must-haves for any game music fan. And so this kind of is his opportunity to take that love he has that he's kind of said he's had for Celtic music for years and actually put it into a game. And man, this is an iOS game, an Android game. It's pretty impressive music for that platform.
I don't want to make a blanket statement without having assessed everything, but what I've found, especially this year, is that there are all these mobile games that I feel like Japan especially is taking the soundtracks in their mobile games very seriously. You have Terra Battle, which is fantastic. That's some great Uematsu and company work. And this I sort of had totally missed this, and then when you mentioned it to me, I was like, I gotta go listen to this. And I listened to the whole soundtrack and was just stunned. I went and looked up gameplay online just so I could see like the context that this appeared in, and just it's so good, and it's just crazy to me that A, it's not readily available, and B, I just feel like a lot of Western mobile games, there are some exceptions. You have like Sword and Sorcery where they take the music very seriously, and not that they don't, not that it's like a blanket statement, but it's just this is a full, like, I would not be surprised to hear this on like a console JRPG type of music. Like, this is not a phoned in effort.
No, I mean, if you look at the entry on VGMDB, every track has live performers, multiple arrangers. So it's there was a budget, and like you said, you don't want to make a blanket statement, but a lot of times there really isn't a big budget. They get one composer. They say you use the digital instruments, and there's no budget for live recording. So it's really I'm glad you saw the video footage. I haven't actually looked at it yet. That was kind of the next step. And I know there's like an English fan site for the game itself. I don't know if it's been released or anything, but I definitely want to see more. I've gone back and I've done that a lot. I've listened to a soundtrack and loved it and gone and played the game because of it.
I've had that happen so many times.
Yes,
So
I'm guilty of that too.
I can be bought with pretty music. I'm easily bought.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny how that goes. This is kind of something where I kind of want to see what the context is now.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
it is this beautiful sweeping orchestral score, and this is this Celtic track, and it's just so bubbly, and it's like it's kind of infectious. Like you can't help but be happy after you listen to it, and it's memorable too. Like I can think of what the melody is, just off the top of my head, after listening to it just a few times. So I think he did a really good job.
Yeah, most definitely. This track in particular, actually, I think was composed by Itsuki Iwasa, who I'm not actually familiar with. But I didn't realize there are actually a lot of composers that worked on Grand Blue Fantasy, and all of it is very consistent and very good. So, that's, to me, that tells me that the composing team was really working closely together, which, again, just goes into that point we've been making, where this is not a budget production, and it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. I think what the VGMDB entry lists is Uematsu and Narita doing all the music, and then they have all the arrangers. There's like a ton of arrangers.
Oh,
so,
okay.
My guess is that Uematsu probably did some general MIDI thing, and then this guy kind of made it into the Celtic, translated that into live performance and made the music sheets and whatever. But I guess it would take a deeper look. But it was my impression that those two doing most of the music. And then should we jump into Under Siege?
Most definitely. That track, I was going to make an anecdote before we listened to it, but I watched my roommate play most of Hyrule Warriors, and, I played Dynasty Warriors way back in the day, like on PS2, and I hadn't played for years. And Hyrule Warriors is just pure fan service is definitely the way I would describe it, because he kept playing, and I would turn around and be like, oh my gosh, that song is awesome, I need to hear that, or what is that song? And I went and looked up the soundtrack, having not even played the game, just because there were so many cool, original pieces like this one too, but there were also a lot of really great like arrangements of classic Zelda tunes with this sort of really rocking, energetic tone to them.
Well, I've always hated the I want to say it's the Ocarina of Time shop theme. I've always just like not liked that song, but they made that's like the menu music in Hyrule Warriors, and it's like a cool, really cool like rock version of it. And I was like, oh my gosh, I actually like this version of the song, and like the Skyloft theme from Skyward Sword that they did in the Rock and Woodwinds. Oh, it's just so cool. So it was so hard to pick. It was so hard to pick just one song because it's such a good soundtrack, so much fan service, great arrangements, and great original music. But when you play the game, the first level that you play. This Under Siege track is the song, and it's just like, it has this like marching bass line, and then the brass comes in, so it's epic, and then the bass, then like a rock bass comes in, and it's just so cool to be running around the field and slashing things and fighting bosses. I would, the whole point of that game was playing the stages over and over again. So I'd always play the stage on the music that was originally selected for it. But if I went to go replay it, I would put Under Siege on it because it was just such a cool song. And so it's definitely going to go on my exercise playlist.
Well, that's good because it gets the blood pumping, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I love an exercise playlist. I feel like, it'd be really cool, like, to have an arrangement album of like just like workout music, because I feel like a lot of people like, I know like on Imgur there was a list of like game music that's good for exercise, and I was just like, this is fantastic. I love that people are doing this.
Well, you might have heard the story before, but that's how Prescription for Sleep came about. Is I have a really lengthy playlist of game music to sleep, and so I had written an article on Destructoid about my top 10 game music tracks to sleep to or whatever. And I took that list plus the 250 comments or whatever that people put on it, and they suggested their own songs. Mm-hmm. I used that as the basis for what went on Prescription for Sleep. So I've always said, wouldn't it be cool to do a game music for the gym, or whatever title you want to give it? But wouldn't it be cool to produce an album that was that? But it's kind of harder. So who would you have? Would you want live instruments? So I said, oh gosh, man, I'd have to get Stemmage on this thing.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Yes.
Do a rock kind of remix. The challenge is that with these albums is, do you take material that was kind of already in that style and then just kind of give it the live arrangement and performance treatment, or do you try to pick songs that aren't necessarily in that style and have them retooled to be that kind of theme?
Yeah, and like work them around. Because I know my favorite track on Prescription for Sleep was the Dire Dire Docks track, and I mean, I'm shamefully admitting that I've really never played Mario 64, but I went and listened to that original song, and that was such a good one because, and like, maybe it's just the way I listened to the original, but I was really interested that one became what it did on Prescription for Sleep, because it's just such a pretty song on that. But it's, to me, it was almost like peppy. I don't know if peppy is the word I would use, but the original, so it is sort of an interesting question of what do you do, what kind of material do you use, when you're arranging this type of stuff for this hypothetical exercise album, which I'm going to call Pumping Iron in my head.
Well, the basis for that Dire Dire Docks track was actually, I don't know if you're familiar with the Altered Beasts. Yeah. They had that album Transfiguration, which I listen to almost every day. It's the two guitarists for the One-Ups, for people who don't know, doing these guitar duo versions of like various just various game tunes, Final Fantasy, Mario, whatever. They have a version of Dire Dire Docks that is just so dreamy and beautiful that when I was thinking of game music for sleep, I said, gosh, I gotta get Habino and Ayaki to do a version of this song. And they made it a little more upbeat than what I kind of anticipated, but it turned out pretty well anyway. I was really happy with the result.
That was a fantastic song.
But yeah, definitely check out the Transfiguration. The entire album is fantastic. So
I'll definitely check that out. I grew up with Altered Beast, so.
No, there you go. Wise from your grave.
Rise from your grave. So let's go ahead and take a listen to your second two tracks, which we're starting with one from Dark Souls 2. Is that right?
Dark Souls 2, yeah, fantastic soundtrack. It was hard to pick, again, one song, but we ended up going with King Vendrick, which comes in the later part of the game. And then we also have a selection from the near, gosh, what do they call it? The Jazz Arrange version, Volume 2. And this is what I was talking about earlier. This is available through Louder and officially licensed, a jazz arrange version of some of the near tracks, and this is the second volume that came out in 2014. So those are the two we're going to listen to.
Excellent. All right, well, coming up, King Vendrick and Veil, the prestigious mask. we joke around at RPGFan because the host of our regular gaming podcast, Rob, and I are just huge fans of Dark Souls. And, one of the things I got him to do was sort of like, he loves Dark Souls and he's not super into game music, but I'm like, think about the music in Dark Souls. Like it's Motoi Sakuraba, which blows my mind because it's so, I can pick up hints of his work in it, like in King Vendrick, this particular track.
Yeah.
But it sounds like, I think he's sort of been typecast lately with his Tales work, that people think Tales or Star Ocean with Sakuraba, but he's so diverse. And the stuff in Dark Souls 2, in particular, this song, King Vendrick, is just so atmospheric and, I think of the synthy rock guitar sometimes with Sakuraba, and this sort of plays against that expectation that I rightly or wrongly have.
No, I completely agree. Sakuraba had like some very prolific years in the 2000s where he would do like 5 4-disc soundtracks, and it was always like a Tales game, a Star Ocean game, some of the GameCube RPGs he had done. And it was all the same kind of like progressive rock style. So, I don't think it was unfair to typecast him and say, oh, that's kind of what he does. I think that all changed when you saw like Infinite Undiscovery, which was, I don't know anything about the game, but the score was like completely orchestral. And you're like, wow, this is Sakuraba. There's no guitar. And
like,
it's been a while since I listened.
Force.
Yeah. It's been a while, so it's possible that there was some guitar, but that's not what I remember about it. I remember being amazed about the orchestral work. So when Demon Souls had Shinsuke Akita do the soundtrack, and they announced that, which actually I don't think they ever really announced that Sakuraba was doing Dark Souls. I was kind of wondering what he would do, and it sounds like he really picked up the mantle of that orchestral style that Demon Souls laid out. And there's a lot of really dark, cool songs in both games, but Dark Souls 2, I was pretty sure I was going to pick the Rotten because I love harpsichord, and I'm a big sucker for harpsichord. But then actually I just beat the game like 2 days ago, and towards the end of the game, thank you. My son, my 3-year-old son, has been holding a controller next to me, and he's been having a lot of times. He always says, "Fight the bad guys, fight the scary monsters."
Oh,
yeah, we'll get right on that.
And
he's like their wingman.
Yeah, he was.
That is adorable.
And so we, people are like, "Oh, well, that's not a good game for him." But I'm like, "Oh, he doesn't really have the context of whatever it is that's scary or whatever." So he's enjoyed it, and we got to King Vendrick, and it's kind of like the for people who played the game, it's a big part building up to finding him because he's been. He was the king of the land. He had all these great accomplishments. He did all this research into the souls and defeated the giants and all this cool stuff. And you're like, oh, cool. Well, I'm going to finally, find this guy. And the scene, I don't know if you two have played through Dark Souls 2.
I've seen the scene. I haven't played the entire game, which is shameful being a Dark Souls fan. But I know what scene you're talking about because I've seen most of the end.
And I haven't played really any of the series. I keep meaning to, but I always find a way to scare myself out of it.
All right, well, how do you guys feel about spoilers?
Spoilers are okay on the music show, and for listeners, a spoiler is coming, so there you go.
Yes. So you beat the big boss, that's the guard of, of King Vendrick, and then you kind of go down these stairs, and you see this giant looming kind of creature moving around down at the bottom of these steps, and you're like, oh gosh, another fight right after this really difficult one. You go down the steps, and it's a hollowed version of King Vendrick. So this great hero of the land that everybody has all this praise for has been reduced to this zombie that's kind of meandering about at the bottom of the steps. He doesn't bother you unless you bother him. His clothes are there, his armor is in a big heap on the ground, and you get this item you need to progress, the King's Ring. And even though you're not engaged in the fight, and that's the thing about Dark Souls, is most of the music outside of like the town area, the hub area, is it's a silent game except for when you get into a boss battle. The song that accompanies King Vendrick plays in that area, even though you're not engaged in combat. And the song, it starts with this kind of unsettling piano and harp, and then there's this weird dark whispering that you can't make out what's being said, but it's kind of like this maddening kind of sound. And then the strings come in and it's really somber, and then there's an ensemble section that's kind of almost distorted. It kind of tells a whole story about this great figure who has been corrupted and has fallen from this greatness that he was into this state that he doesn't know who he is or what's going on around him. And I think the music captures all of those things so well. I just couldn't help but pick that song. It's just amazing, and you listen to it and you're sad and
Creeped out.
yeah, creeped out. It's really creepy. He's
Yeah.
just again walking around, dragging a sword around, and I never engaged the fight. I didn't see the purpose of fighting him at that point. You can engage in the battle and get some armor and stuff from it, but I didn't bother. It just kind of felt better.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. That just felt better to me, like if you're, in the role-playing sense, that like, oh, there's no reason to fight this guy.
Yeah, and you pointed out too something that I really like that they do effectively in the Souls games, which is normally you have silence and you have tracks during boss battles. So the fact that they sort of break with their like audio language to have a song playing just while you're here, sort of they do a really great job of storytelling in Dark Souls without sort of telling you the story. And I feel like this is a great example of that, especially with the music. And I like, you pointed out the song is creepy, but it's also sort of sad because this is the ultimate sort of visual and audio expression of how depressing the world in Dark Souls 2 is. It's like, this is your hero and this is what he's reduced to. So you're creeped out, but you're also sort of, it's pitiable.
Yeah.
I think this track just does an amazing job of conveying that.
Yeah, and that's why I had to pick it, despite all the great music in that game. I mean, I think most people would pick Majula because that's the song you hear the most often. It had the really cool bell tones.
We actually already played Majula on Music of the Year, so you're right.
There you go.
That was Ralph's pick. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a fantastic track. I love the organ work and all the stuff in it. But the King Vendrick it really, and it's not something like you listen to in the car ride, going to the mall or whatever it is you're doing. It's something that is so tied to the game. It ties into the visuals of what you saw. It tells a story, and granted, it's not something for fun outside listening, but it's just a really cool track that it's going to stick with me for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I'm always glad to hear it because I'm actually a huge fan of Sakuraba, so I always get a little bit defensive when I hear people disparaging him because of Tales and Star Ocean, and I feel like he's got a lot more depth than just that series of games, and I like to hear things that can really showcase that depth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I have a fun little short story about Sakuraba and progressive rock. I'm a big fan of Vince DiCola, and I've worked with him a little bit on the label. And I said, Vince, you need to hear this composer, Motoi Sakuraba. He does all this progressive rock stuff, and he's like the only guy in games doing this, and he's really well known for doing the style. So I actually took over the that Star Ocean and what was it? Valkyrie profile. I always want to say Valkyrie profile. Valkyrie profile. How he did that concert?
Yeah.
So I took the concert DVD and we watched it. And he's like, "Yeah, this is really good, but I could totally hear where all this stuff is coming from. It's coming from all the progressive rock acts of the stuff that Vince is a fan of." And he's like, "So in that sense, it's really cool, but it's not entirely like original." And I said, "Well, in terms of games, he's the only guy doing it." And he's like, "Huh, that's kind of interesting." So it's kind of cool to show Vince, who's known for this progressive rock style, the Japanese composer who's kind of doing that in games, and for him to be able to pick out, this is, and he rattled off all the names of the early progressive rock kind of acts that this was all drawn from. But it was just kind of cool to see his reaction to that.
That is really cool. I love that sort of like crossover type thing. Like you had, it was the Sword and Sorcery when that came out in Japan. Jim Guthrie did the music for the American version of the game, but they did an arrangement album that had like Mitsudo Suzuki, Akira Yamaoka doing covers of Jim Guthrie's music. Yeah. From Sword and Sorcery, and it was really cool to sort of have this like crossover, and like there was some talk about it, talking about how they identified threads in the music that they recognized, and that's why they played upon that. And Suzuki's track is very sort of in his style that you would find from like his work on Final Fantasy 13 and stuff. So it is really cool when you have that crossover of like people identifying these like styles of music that are in their own context seem very unique, but to others are like, oh no, this is all over the place. So it's cool. That is really cool.
Yeah, it's a universal language, regardless of what language you speak.
Heck yeah.
Yes.
So, and then the other track was the oh gosh, which one was it now?
Veil.
Veil. Oh yeah, we've been talking about this. So this is the one I was alluding to with Louder making something like this possible. Nier is a special soundtrack, I think, for a lot of people. For me, I was writing about game music at the time, and received that album in the mail. And you look at the cover and it's kind of strange. Received it, listened to it, said, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing! What the heck is this game?" Because Square Enix wasn't really doing a whole lot of promotion in the U.S. for it.
Oh, definitely not.
And it was probably like a year or two after the game came out that I actually went back and played it because I love the soundtrack so much. So it looked like Square Enix knew they had a hit on their hands. They made they had some arrangements on the DLC album that they put out. They put out a tribute album. They put out a piano album.
They had the chiptune album.
Yeah, the chiptune album that had all the different Drakengard stuff and some Nier tracks. And so I remember asking a couple of years ago the PR department for the music division in Japan in an interview that I was doing. I said, "So is there anything else left for Nier?" And they basically said, "Oh, well, we think we've kind of done everything, and the game is so old now, and they're not going to make another one probably. So, we think that's probably good and done." So then you got to leave it to fan arrangers and arrangers out there who this resonates with to put stuff out there. And Sean, and I don't know the last name. Maybe you.
Sean Shafiansky. We actually interviewed him a few episodes ago.
Perfect. Well, I'm sure he was great on the show. I didn't hear him on, but he definitely did a fantastic job with a jazz arranged version that he put out. He put out 2 volumes. I think there's 6 tracks each. All the songs are fantastic, but I picked Veil specifically because it just seems so natural as a jazz song.
It really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you listen to the original, and I would have never thought of it that way. It's on like my personal sleep and relaxation playlist. And I would have never thought of it as a jazz song, but when you hear it, it's one of those things you can't unhear it. Like you're like, oh, this is like naturally supposed to be a jazz song, and he just did such a fantastic job. There's the brass solos in there, and featured all throughout the albums, both volumes. And so I was just really impressed that despite there being the electronic arrangement and the piano arrangement and the chiptune one, he was able to do something new that Square Enix probably didn't even think of. So I think that's how we're going to keep seeing the Nier music live on.
Oh yeah,
what
absolutely.
fans are able to. I actually when they said they thought they were done, I said, "What about a symphonic suite Nier?" Yeah, that'd be cool. But,
yes, please.
Yes.
but yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of jazz in general, and there isn't enough jazz, in my opinion, out there. So I look to things like the Rockman X Alpha Lyra album and the and the Brink of Time from Chrono Trigger album is kind of good examples, and I just want more of it. And so bringing Nier and jazz together was just awesome in my mind, and probably one of my favorite things to come out of the last couple years.
Absolutely. It's funny too, because when we talk to Sean, we always ask what's your favorite style of music, and he was like jazz. Like, this is surprising. But
right.
And we said he's like, well, we ask sort of what styles do you want to see more, and he's like, I want to see more jazz. And it's really cool that he's able to, like we said, we said it a couple times with Louder. He's done his Chrono Trigger jazz album. He's done the 2 Nier volumes of jazz. It's such a cool way to sort of reinterpret this music that jazz is sort of, tons of people love jazz, and you're right that I don't think it's especially well represented in games. So to have, an outlet for even an older album like Nier to get a jazz arrangement is really awesome that we can have that. Some composer that loves jazz goes, I'm going to make more jazz, and there it is. It's pretty fantastic.
There you go. And he's only done like 12 songs, so he could totally do Volume 3 and Volume 4, and then maybe visit some other cool RPG soundtracks that I'm itching for Dark Souls super jazz arranged version.
That would be
Final Fantasy XIV, jazz album.
Those would both tickle me to death. I'll settle for a Chrono Cross jazz album or anything from Chrono Cross, since we never got that arrangement album. I'm still hurt.
He says he's still working on it.
Apparently. I believe him. I want to believe him, and I really want it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's put out a couple. I would guess that track that he had on that Play for Japan album,
Yeah, and he had a sample on it was a couple of years ago. It was like a sort of Christmas arrangement of one of the tracks too. So it's not he definitely hasn't forgotten about it.
Yeah, and it sounds like, it's in the works, but it's like the lowest priority. Although I don't know what else he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not really. I should follow up on that because I haven't heard much from Mitsuda at all in the last few years. It's sort of sad because he was one of my favorites growing up, and he's just sort of not as big a name right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he did. What was that? Was it a Vita or PSP?
Oh, right, he did Soul Sacrifice.
Right.
Which
Some of
is
like he did the main theme or something like for it. Or...
Yeah, and it was with Hotaru Wakayama, and it's sort of. I was actually a little stunned by that album because it was not what I expected coming from Mitsuda. It's very different from the style that I think he sort of has become known for. Which it was certainly an interesting soundtrack, definitely.
I think he's been. I mean, I think he's intentionally been trying to veer away from that sound that he's been known for and picking projects where he gets to do something different. Even when you look at Xenosaga, what he did on the first Xenosaga soundtrack wasn't really in line with any of the. I mean, I guess people kind of think of like Celtic and melodic and whatnot. He was kind of going more in an orchestral direction with that. So I think. Go ahead.
He did a really good soundtrack called Lime Odyssey. I don't even know that it ever got a release, but it was, I think, a Korean MMORPG. But we played some music from it, and it's just beautiful music if you haven't heard it. That's sort of, it's branching out from that style that he's known for, but I would say it's a little different. But it's definitely, like, identifiably Mitsuda.
No, it's cool because I remember when he used to have that English fan website that was run by Coco Ebiz. He had, they announced that, he's working on Lime Odyssey, and they even put out, it was like another one of those Christmas things where he put out like a little sample song from Lime Odyssey, and where everybody's like, oh, this sounds so cool. And then I never heard anything about it. I don't know if the game ever came out. I don't know if the music was out there or what, but it's good to know that I guess it did. Some of the music got out there at least.
Yeah, I don't think the game ever came out here, but
yeah.
Well, Jayson, thanks so much for taking your time to come in and record with us. Music of the year, I sort of say this to everybody, but we want to have as many voices as possible because part of this proliferation of game music is that you have so many different tastes and you have so much music that the more people we have contribute, the sort of more attention we can give to how much awesome music there was last year, and there was a lot of it.
Yeah, and then I don't have to feel bad because you got so many people who are covering all the other stuff that I could spend hours and hours and hours talking about. So.
Yeah, we've got tons of stuff covered, like several. We mentioned a few things and I lost track already at this point, but I was like, oh yeah, we played that earlier, and we're going to play it later. So it's this is good though. I'm glad that you had a good selection too. I'm glad we got Hyrule Warriors on there because I had several people asking if we'd play anything from Hyrule Warriors.
Oh man, such a good game! Everybody play that game, please. And now I guess we get to look forward to this next. What is it? What is the Dragon Quest Heroes? Is that what they're calling the Dragon Quest reskin for Dynasty Warriors?
Which I'm hoping we get some really crazy like rock versions of Dragon Quest music. That would be nuts.
Yeah, and man, Dragon Quest. I can't believe they're doing Theat Rhythm. I mean, it's awesome, and I always joked that would be cool, but it's going to be weird with all orchestral.
Yeah, it's because Dragon Quest sort of has, I would say, a more consistent sound than Final Fantasy. Yeah, and I think it's going to be an interesting game, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if they announced that they're bringing it out here,
they haven't. But we've sort of been forgotten lately with Dragon Quest releases. But I sort of feel like we'll get this one. I think Square sort of recognizes the potential for they know the value of their music, and I think releasing it here would be easier than not releasing it.
Especially considering the DLC that we're getting for Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm still holding out for Kingdom Hearts Theater Rhythm, but we'll see.
So I have to tell you that I interviewed the director for Theat Rhythm at E3 a few years ago when I was writing.
Oh,
and
really?
One of the things I talked about, I said, so tell me, how is this game's name supposed to be pronounced? Because nobody knows. Like Square Enix PR doesn't know. Nobody knows. But what I'd always said Theat Rhythm, and apparently that is the closest to what the director calls it. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, because that's how I type it. Like I'm always like, how do I spell this? I'm like, Theat Rhythm. I always call it Theater Rhythm. Actually, lately I just call it Curtain Call because that's easier for me to say, and I don't feel like I'm being silly when I say
PR people call it Theater Rhythm too. But if you search, the article was the title was everyone, you're saying this wrong, and it was about that game. So
I'd be happy.
Yeah,
to
hopefully
search
we'll
that
see
up.
more. Hopefully we'll see more of that, and I'm really happy that they're putting in, Chrono Trigger and all the
Xenogears.
Yeah, Xenogears.
all this stuff, all the little DLC tracks that they're putting in. I was just super stoked with Curtain Call having Mystic Quest. Because
Oh
I
my
think
gosh,
Mystic
right?
Quest, man, that's who I need to have do the. I need to get Stemage and Ryuji Sasai to do.
Please do that. I'm always telling people that Mystic Quest has fantastic music, and I think people have sort of come around, but they're like, "Oh, Mystic Quest, that was that game that sort of people didn't like." I'm like, "No, but the music is awesome."
Those are bad people. Those are just bad people who didn't like that game because it was a good game.
They are bad people. I agree. Those are the first two tracks I actually triple S'd on Ultimate in Curtain Call. I think I was working on it, and I think you commented on one of them on Twitter when I got a double S. You were like, "Yeah, what's the difficulty?" I'm like, "Expert."
Wow, that's insane.
But it's those ones have great note charts too. But I could talk about Curtain Call all day, and often do.
Well, and then I guess, do they do an iOS version of Curtain Call? I know they had the original Theatrhythm.
They have not yet, but I would not be surprised to see it at some point.
Yeah, get some more money out of me to download the Mystic Quest pack or the Final Fantasy IV pack.
I want a Mystic Quest pack, man. Did they got to get like Dark King Battle in there and stuff?
Yeah, dang, that's such a good soundtrack.
It really is.
Need more Xenogears. I need Fuse. I need Steel Giant, Awakening.
We want all of it.
Yes.
Well, all right. Well, Jayson, thanks so much for joining us. Caitlin, thanks for being here, as always. And everyone keep listening because we have super large amounts of more stuff coming. That sentence made sense. Come back.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you.